Good morning. Today is May 10th, and this is a regular meeting of the New York State Liquor Authority. In attendance are Chairman Bradley, Commissioner Kim, Counsel Flug, and myself, CEO O'Brien. The next meeting dates are set for Tuesday, May 24th. June dates are June 7th and 21st. All meetings are held in the New York City office. Video conferencing will be available at other office locations. Items will be called in order as they were signed in, first in Albany, then...
I gotta get closer.
Just pull it down, do you?
Okay. Items will be called in the order as they were signed in, first in Albany, then Buffalo, then New York. When your matter has been called, please approach the podium and state your name clearly. Please note there will be no oral argument on any matter where a 500-foot law hearing was held or a full disciplinary hearing was held by the Hearing Bureau. As a matter of courtesy, please silence your cell phones. Chairman would like to make an announcement before we begin.
Thank you. This is mostly directed at the attorneys who practice here. I've noticed over the recent weeks that there's been an enormous, well, not an enormous, but a significant amount of late submissions. The submissions by any applicant are to be in our office by Friday afternoon. We received a number yesterday at 4 o'clock. Commissioner Kim does not work in the Albany office. In order for him to get copies of those, as well as myself, they have to be printed out by someone and then either FedExed or we may not see them at all. So anything that we receive after close of business on Friday before a board hearing will not be reviewed by any of the commissioners on this board. Thank you.
Okay. We'll start with Albany. We have item 1083, Raj's Wine and Liquor.
Good morning, Chairman and Commissioner Kim. John Springer appearing before the applicant. The applicant is in New York, Mrs. Kaur, and with her is her husband, Mr. Singh. I don't see them at the podium,
They're standing up. Come up.
Okay, I believe there's opposition in New York.
Is there any opposition here? No opposition.
Okay, you have my submission from Thursday. This is going to be a small to medium-sized store with about a little over 1,000 square feet of selling space. The applicants picked this area because it's on the Queens side of the Nassau-Queens border, near a location that has a food town. There was a liquor store there. It's not there anymore. As I indicated in my submission, one of the closest stores, the Hillside Avenue store, although the license is still active, they have been ceased operations for at least 3 months. The nearest stores are over a mile away. There are many amenities near this new store. The closing hours in Queens are later than they are in Nassau, which may have been one of the reasons the store that closed couldn't compete. And we think this would be a good location for a new store. One of the protesters, Moria Enterprises, submitted a letter indicating that the Pathmark near them had closed. That store has since reopened as a ShopRite, so that the small dip in her sales, I believe, should be correcting itself soon, now that there's a new ShopRite in that shopping center.
What's the population in the area? Has it gone up, down, stayed the same?
Stayed the same to a slight, but it's projected to a slight increase, but it's pretty much stayed the same. It is a densely populated area. You have the Long Island Jewish Medical Center right behind it. There's over 500 positions and probably at least double that in support staff. They shoot down Lakeville Road to go to the Long Island Expressway. There are a lot of things that they can stop for right there at that corner of Lakeville Road and New Hyde Park Road. Grocery stores, as I mentioned, salons, restaurants. There's a bus stop there. I couldn't get my
It's
video.
a tiny shopping center. It's the large shopping centers down the block that has the Shake Shack and the Bed Bath & Beyond, but yours is a tiny shopping center.
No, it's on Union everywhere. It's on the Lakeville and the Union Turnpike.
Yeah, I know where it is.
Have a food town and everything. Plenty of stores, you know.
So what's the store that you're saying is inactive?
Hillside Avenue store, 1623A Hillside Avenue. It's been closed for at least 3 months. I've been getting calls
What's it
from
called?
a lot
Do you know?
of
Side Ave Store, Inc.
people about getting that location.
They haven't survived, or they haven't surrendered.
Maybe not surviving either.
So we wouldn't be adding new liquor. We're replacing that store and also the stores that historically.
Wait, so how
been
far is that store from here?
1 mile.
Well, it can't be 1
can't
mile.
be
It's
1
not
mile.
one of the four closest.
Were they sent the gross sales letter?
What's the name of it?
Hillside Ave store.
They weren't asked to because they're not one of
They're
the
not
four
one of the
closest.
four closest, so no.
Okay, well, if it's not the 4th, it's the 5th. It's on my proximity map. Looking at my notes, it says it's 1.1 mile.
Oh, now we do have, are you here for this store? As what, a protester?
Opposition.
Okay, well, we'll finish this first.
All right, yeah, so you're getting a loan from your brother-in-law and sister-in-law. Do they have any licenses, either one of them? Do they own a liquor store? No.
We just issued one, the second closest store was just issued in 2014. Are you aware of that?
Yes, I am. That's about 18 blocks away. When you issued that store license with a store 0.2 miles away on the same street, Belrose Wine and Liquor. They weren't offering any additional products or anything, but the reason we picked this location was it was a good mile away from that store and a mile away from the stores to the east. If you look at the full first year gross sales for that store, even though it's 0.2 miles from Belrose Wine and Liquor, which is a very nice store with good diverse products, they're still doing close to $600,000 in sales. They have strong sales, which to me indicates a need and demand for products and pricing in this
Well,
area.
all the other sales in the area have gone down or remain flat, so I don't know that I agree with you.
I just looked up.
Well, Moria went down because
Side Ave is 1 mile.
It is?
Wow.
Moria went down because of the Pathmark that closed in October of 2015. That store reopened in March. I would expect those sales to go right back up. And those sales at Moria were over $6 million gross sales. These other stores, by the way,
Shut up. Okay, do you have any questions?
Let's hear from the opposition.
All right, can we hear from the opposition?
Is he the one who's supposed to list it?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Mr. Springer, if you knew about Hillside, why didn't you list it as one of the four closest?
I listed it as the 5th closest. If you look at my proximity map, there's number 5 next to it.
Yeah, but it's not on the questionnaire.
It's number 5. It's not the 4th, it's the 5th.
Okay, where are you from?
I'm from Moria Enterprises. My name is Beena Gupta.
It should have been the 4th.
Okay.
Okay. As I said, I am representing Moria Enterprises, and my name is Beena Gupta, and I'm sure you have it in front of you that the sales are constantly going down. And just 2 months ago, there was an applicant on 2201 Hillside Avenue that was also denied. As you can see, there is no growth in that area, and bringing these stores will definitely impact our business. And also, there was a store 77 Wines right across from this place on Lakeville Road that closed down in 2011 or 12. I'm just requesting that we are a big store with over 3,000 SKUs, big parking lot. We are next to major highways. We are doing our best. And wine tastings, senior citizen specials. We are doing our best to make the customers happy, and bringing another store will definitely make it really difficult for us to survive.
What about, what was the name of the store that closed? Hillside?
Hillside.
Is Hillside shut? That's within about a mile of you?
Hillside and what?
The address was, Mr. Springer, what was the address again?
1623 Hillside Avenue.
Do you know this?
I am not sure if that is closed or not.
It's not the same shopping area. I mean, I was in the shopping center this weekend.
Oh.
You go along Union Turnpike out there to the big shopping center that has the Bed Bath & Beyond and the Pathmarks, and
The store that denied, I would point out, is 2.5 miles from my client's location on a different street. Hillside Avenue is very different than Union Turnpike.
Yes.
But it's 2.5 miles away from our proposed location.
Do you have anything else, ma'am?
And in between these two, the one that was denied and this one, there is another liquor store in Lake Success Shopping Center. So it's like right in between the two new ones, or the one that was denied and the one that they're applying for today.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Mr. Singh,
All right, I'm ready. I don't care.
Yeah. I guess my only thing is the one that closed.
And we can wait if you want to find out.
Yeah, but even then, 3 months.
a lot of these stores close early.
8 o'clock.
You know. Yeah, you know, I think that the sales in general, they don't, I think they reflect that partly that the population hasn't been growing there, and that the closing, as you mentioned, of 1623 Hillside Avenue, which we haven't been able to verify, that may have some effect going forward. But then we also opened Top Liquor Store in May of 2014, less than 2 years ago, and their sales in some ways have absorbed kind of what Moria Enterprises has lost seemingly in terms of the numbers. And also the closest store has had decreasing sales as well. So I don't really see the added public convenience and advantage at this time for this location. So I vote to deny.
I vote to deny as well. We just opened one in May of 2014. I don't think the effect of that store is going to be shown yet, and the sales of the surrounding stores are either flat or going down. The new store that we opened in May of 2014 is the second closest store to this location. So based on the numbers and the fact that we just put another license in there, I don't see at this point a need for another store that would add to the public convenience and advantage. So I vote to deny as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. 1084 Lucky Mini Mart.
Good morning, Chairman and the Commissioner. It's Devinder Singh Nathawat, and my partner Jabbar Singh Rathore is here for our liquor license.
Do we have any opposition?
No, Commissioner, we do not.
Thank you.
How many square feet is your store?
It's around like 5,000. There's a basement, and on the top floor there's a 3,000 square feet.
How much of that is going to be retail, just the top floor?
Yes, the basement will use it as a stock.
And how much of the 3,000 will be retail?
Almost 2,500 square feet will use as a retail.
Do you, was there a store here, package store previously?
Yes, there was a store. They just closed before a year, and they run it pretty good for 10 years, and then they retired and closed the store.
That was about a year ago, you say?
About a year. I'm not exact.
It was a full liquor store?
Full liquor store.
Found that. We would have found that.
I know, that's weird that it didn't show up. They put it in their letter. Somebody put it in.
No, that's absolutely correct.
It's correct?
Yeah. B&M Wines and Liquors, they were there. I don't know why that wasn't.
What was the location these guys applied for in September of last year?
22 Clifton Road, Clifton Country Road.
Clifton
Yes,
Park,
it's like 10 miles away from that.
10 miles?
distance away.
Do they share the closest stores? No.
Shouldn't.
They shouldn't, right? All right. All right, given the fact that there was an existing store until about a year ago, the four closest stores, while very large, well, a couple of them are very large stores, 11,000 and greater, and larger than that even for another store, all the sales appear as they've been increasing steadily. And so for those reasons, I believe that the store will be replacing what was an existing store and adding the public convenience and advantage that existed then. So I'll vote to approve.
I'll vote to approve as well. All the closest store sales have gone up, some significantly. And as Commissioner Kim pointed out, two of the stores are superstores. But the closest store is a mile away, and the next closest is 6.2 miles. So based on the fact that there really is only one liquor store in the general vicinity, I'll vote to approve. Thank you.
Good luck.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Nancy.
Anybody left in Albany?
No, there's not. Thank you.
Thank
Thank you
you.
so much. Thank you.
All right, Buffalo, we have 1122 Walworth Wine and Spirits.
Good morning. My name is George Constantino.
Good morning. Do you have a relative that owns a package store called Constantino Liquor LLC?
Yes, I do.
How's that person related to you?
He is my father.
Okay.
You indicate in your application that you've only worked as a line cook?
Yes.
You never worked in the liquor store?
I volunteered in the liquor store, but I've never worked in the liquor store.
What do you mean volunteered?
Well, it's my father, so I volunteered to help him and kind of learn how it works.
You never had any other jobs besides the line cook?
No.
And you're borrowing the money from a bank business loan. Is that guaranteed by your father, or is that just on your own?
No, it's on my own. He has nothing to do with it.
What do you propose to do differently than, if anything, than the stores closest to you? In terms of product mix, in terms of store decor, programs?
Well, I plan on bringing a very modern liquor store into the township of Walworth and fulfilling that area's need for wine and spirits.
We did have a letter of protest. Do we have any opposition? No?
Is there anybody else there?
No opposition present.
Do you know, what's the population here?
In Walworth?
Yes.
I'm not exactly sure. I know it is the town of Ontario, which I live in, is over 14,000. Walworth is what you consider a live-in community. It's where people live and they travel outside to work. So we do have a large residential area there, as well as in the surrounding communities.
And you're going to be running this full time?
Yes.
Just want to quickly check
Sorry, what is it you need?
population of Walworth.
9,384 in 2014.
9,384.
Yep.
We have the population at about 90, between 9 to 10,000. You mentioned
Yes.
14,000?
Say
No,
that
he's
again?
talking about Ontario.
Oh, Ontario's 14,000? The population size of Walworth
Yes.
is what?
You said 9,000.
Yeah, what, but didn't you say it was 14,000?
No, I was talking about Ontario.
You're talking about Ontario. Okay. So this would be the only store in Walworth?
Yes.
All right.
It'll be located right next to a Tops supermarket.
Okay. All right. So given the location next to the supermarket, it is a driving community, but closest store is 6.6 miles away, and this would be the only, it's represented, this would be the only store in Walworth, New York. 3 of the 4 stores closest have increasing sales, so I vote that there will be an added public convenience and advantage, so I vote to approve.
I'll vote to approve as well on the same grounds. I do want to warn you
Yes, sir.
that if you end up running this with your father's store, you're going to lose both of them.
I'm fully aware of that, and I can promise you that there will be no affiliation.
I'll vote to approve.
All right, good luck.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Okay, 1029 MVP Sports Bar.
Good morning, Matthew Paranello as attorney for MVP Sports Bar and Grill.
And Timothy P. is owner, MVP Sports Bar and Grill.
The diagram still that we have doesn't match what's there. They need to submit a new diagram.
Have you submitted a new diagram to match what is actually on the ground?
The only difference is there's like a temporary, not even a full wall up. That's the only difference in the diagram.
Well, it says here that the kitchen area was expanded, the dance floor, the game room, and the dining rooms were reduced in size. The men's room was relocated.
Nope. There's was one entrance to the kitchen, now there's 2. And then there is 10-foot ceilings and there's like an 8-foot wall, that's probably 10 feet long. That's the only difference.
I mean, part of the reason we called you in here is that's one of the reasons. The other reason is when we call and ask for information, why are you not cooperating?
When did you call, or?
Did one of our investigators send numerous requests for employee and payroll information and you refused to give it to the extent that we had to subpoena you?
Someone was emailing me and I emailed them everything they asked for.
That's not what I'm being told.
I sent them payroll documents and everything.
Did they?
Not
It said that we had to subpoena you to get the simple employee and payroll information.
She's been emailing me. I was going back and forth with her, and I use paychecks. She wanted pay stubs for employees and stuff. And
Did we subpoena them, Jackie?
Let's see if one was issued, but it said here. It says in the write-up.
And then you didn't answer the charges.
For what?
No, I think he was, and I'm just recently in on this, I think he's a little confused as to how and when to answer. He did have a prior that he has a fine on, and I think he was just not totally understanding as to the process of answering the violations.
What part didn't he understand? The first sentence says, by mail or in person at our office. That does he not speak English?
No, he speaks English. He just doesn't know the process of it. So I've had a chance. He's retained me. I've explained to him the process that if you get a violation, there are time frames that you have to abide by. So
it's the big bold date that's in the letter that says be there by that date, 10 a.m.
I understand.
I'm asking him, not you.
For which court date, or?
This one.
Well, there's two issues. There was another previous issue, and I was focusing on that one. And I honestly, I'm a younger guy. I thought I honestly.
Oh, hold on. We're not going to take this. I'm a younger guy. How old are you?
I just turned 28.
Okay.
You're not
So
that young.
You're old enough to hold a liquor license. You're old enough to be able to read a paragraph that directs you to do what you need to do in case of a violation. And so I'm getting really worried the more you talk, actually. That with
I know. I called you in here to try to get you out of cancel and bond, and what you've actually talked yourself into is cancel and bond.
Well, I had a previous lawyer, and he was helping with stuff, and he wasn't the greatest lawyer, so I hired him, and he's been a lot more helpful and a lot more knowledgeable with the liquor license.
Well, what he's referring to is that this case started about articles in the newspaper that reported an incident that related to students from Cayuga College and an assault, which is how this case was opened. But the only charges that were brought were these charges.
Correct.
And do we have diagrams that are correct? Or do you know?
Well, no, if there is any alteration, I think where the wall is being built is over 4 feet, you're required to submit an alteration application and get permission prior to erecting that wall.
Okay. Because there's not alcohol served in the room where the wall was constructed.
But if it's listed as part of the licensed premises, if you're adding or decreasing size or building a wall over 4 feet, you need our permission to do so first.
All right.
So you'll have to, if you've done that already, you'll have to file the appropriate alteration application. It's online on our website.
And have you paid the $7,000 you already owe for the last case?
No, we just got an extension on that to the 20th, and what the part of the purpose also of this was I don't know what's going to become of these charges. If there is anything with regard to these charges as far as fine is concerned, what we would be asking the board to do is run it concurrent with the $7,000 fine that he will be paying.
What does that mean?
I thought I said. I
mean-
thought I was going to sound stupid by asking.
You mean you were going to get you got an extension till when?
The 20th.
20th.
So then you would pay this fine that we imposed today, if we impose a fine, on the 20th, along with the 7,000? Is that what you're saying?
No, we're asking that any fine that you, if you're going to give a fine on this one, that it be run concurrent, meaning that the total amount that he would have to pay be no more than $7,000.
Well, that's not going to happen.
Whoa.
But that's part of our purpose in coming here today is
I see.
because he's not a large business. Obviously, the $7,000 fine is a very good amount for him to pay.
But he defaulted. This isn't a CNC. This isn't a no contest.
No, I
plea.
know.
Yeah, he defaulted.
No, we understand. We understand. I mean, the as far as I think it's charge 1 is concerned, I think what he has constructed, an 8-foot wall that is not a permanent wall, and then just opening up one aspect of the kitchen to allow another entrance.
But our investigator says it's also the men's room and the stairwell to the basement. We're not in the same locations. You keep saying it's just a half wall, but our investigator says otherwise.
And not only that, you bought the building next door and connected it, right? Or the
the previous-
business next door and you connected it?
The previous owner bought that about 10 years ago. And the bathroom and the stairway are beat up. You could tell that they're at least 10 years old.
But you connected your business to the one next door, correct?
No, it's been connected from the previous owner.
Is that what his application says?
I've had the license since May of 14.
It's one
Never
building.
been an alteration filed for him. Let me check just on the address.
So aside from the wall, did you do any other renovation, alteration, anything?
No, I don't have money. I literally just painted and then the wall.
So then you're
think
just.
that-
So your point is that the original diagram you submitted was just incorrectly submitted. It didn't reflect what was there in 2014.
Yeah, no, it was a side room. It was basically for overflow as if needed for like private parties, but it was never used. So that's why I put the pizza place in there.
When you say side room, so just the diagram that you submitted in 2014, did it correctly reflect what you had when you took over this space?
Yes.
Previous owner. It did.
Yes. Yep.
But we're saying it, but our investigator went there and they're saying it does not. So either the diagram didn't reflect it in 2014, or you did something since 2014 to make it different from the diagram that you submitted.
If you look at it from the street, it's 106 and 108 Elm Street, and they're connected. Like 10 years ago, the previous owner connected them. So there's
Hold on one second. Hold on one second. That did happen in 2005. An alteration was filed by the previous licensee. So that part was done.
Okay. Right, and then that part we're okay with. Then you're saying the only thing you did since 2014 was build a wall.
Yes, and yeah, paint and open the.
Okay, so what must have happened between 2005 and 2014? The previous owner must have changed some things with the dance floor, the game room, the dining room, the men's restroom, and all of that. And whatever diagram you submitted in 2014 did not reflect all of the things that he had done between 2005 and 2014.
It should have. The bathrooms have been there since I bought it. Nothing's moved since I bought it. I just did when I
Whether
bought
it
the
was
building.
there or not when you bought it, it wasn't in the diagram that you submitted with your application.
Which should have been accurately reflected exactly what we were
Who
licensing.
made the diagram in 2014?
I believe the previous lawyer did. Is it possible to get a copy of that diagram?
Well, we can give you a copy of it, but that's the issue here, that you submitted something that isn't accurate. Our investigators were there, and the diagram that you submitted with your application doesn't accurately reflect what your premise is today. And the question that Chairman Bradley was asking about the subpoena, you had several emails with our investigator requesting employment documents, and you kept on responding after they told you what it is they needed, just simply saying, what is it you need, what is it you need? You gave sort of flippant answers, and then when you finally did provide documents after a subpoena was issued, you didn't supply all the payroll documents.
Well, for the reason it took so long is I was trying to get everything from Paychex, all the information and everything.
None of that was conveyed to the investigator.
Yeah, I'm just, yeah.
Have all the payroll records been submitted?
No, all of the payroll records have not been submitted, only a portion. He indicated 2 employees and then submitted payroll records for 2 different employees.
What?
I don't understand.
It was Dustin Hilliger and Nick Uluso.
Then the payroll records
Okay, let's just move
that
on.
were received
He's
were
going to have to
for
file a correct diagram.
Elso
And then
and
close the
Helliker.
file.
Those are the only 2 you have.
All right, look, so at this point, you've heard our concerns, and if this unresponsiveness or responsiveness but not correctly responding in a timely manner happens again, then I think it'll be a very different outcome. For today's purposes, you're going to have to file a new diagram that reflects exactly what your space is, and we are going to impose a fine today of $5,000. At least that's my vote for $5,000. I don't know about Chairman Bradley.
That's going to put me out of business then. I'm going to have to file for legal.
Well,
The only thing we're asking is that it run concurrent, or at least a.
when you say concurrent, that's a time word. When you say concurrent, we're talking about time. You're talking.
Criminal sentence.
All right, fine. We're not in a criminal proceeding, so what you're saying is you want $7,000 for the sale to minor, the failure to supervise, sustained pattern of noise and disorder, all of that, plus the failure to conform to application and unlicensed security guard. You want all of that for $7,000, and default on the charge. You want all of that for $7,000. That's your request, right?
That is the request. And I'll just explain
Right.
on the prior one, the partial reason for the default on the prior one is that the criminal charges related to the sale to minor were dismissed. So my client's understanding through his attorney was that those charges through the ABC would be dismissed also based on the criminal charges being dismissed.
Well, then maybe he should go back and try to get that money from his attorney, because he must have missed the first day of law school.
We have a different standard than the criminal courts,
I believe me,
and you
I
know
know.
that, right? So,
Yes, I do.
So
I've
look,
explained it.
7,000 was imposed already. These are new.
There's nothing here showing there was an extension. I just emailed Cindy O'Brien.
Oh, really?
Indeed granted, because this just says not paid.
Yeah, do you know who gave you the extension? Was it your previous lawyer as well?
No, I have an email. Hold on one second. I emailed last week because I knew we'd be coming here. This is from Catherine O'Brien, or sorry, Cynthia O'Brien. It says the authority can only grant a one-time 2-week extension for case number 108-623. The due date has been changed to May 20th, 2016.
Okay.
That is May 4th at 9:22 a.m.
Okay, thank you. So, the 7,000 was imposed in March of 2016. That is what it is. The standard charge too. I'm not even increasing this penalty based on all the things that were said. I've considered it, but I'm just going with the standard penalty of $5,000.
I agree with that. If it, 5,000, and you have to file a new diagram.
Is there a period of time that we can have to pay that? And the reason we're
About 30,
requesting...
it'll be about 30 days. You'll get a letter in the mail from Secretary's office, and he'll have about 30 days to pay it.
So you probably have like 35 days.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Is there anybody left in Buffalo?
There's no one else in Buffalo.
Thanks, Michelle. All right, New York, we have 1052 Francisco and Francisco. The full board disapproval.
Morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thomas Burke for Francisco and Francisco. The applicant is here, Ms. Francisco. I believe there's opposition.
This is a recon now, so we'll hear from you first.
Ms. Francisco appeared here on March the 1st. She asked for a liquor store, a 600-foot liquor store in the inward section of the Bronx. The application was denied based upon, for the most part, that there is a store that was recently licensed in October of 2015. That's the closest store to her. It's about 980 feet away, about 4.5 blocks away. I just would like to emphasize the difference between the two stores. The store that's already there, 981 feet away, Sherman Liquors, is a 400-foot store that is fully bulletproof. The shopping experience is a vestibule about 10 feet by 3 feet, surrounded totally in glass. You communicate with the staff through a turntable cut into the glass wall. The wine selection consists of 6 shelves about 30 inches wide. The rest is spirits. There are no wine tastings. There is no information about wine buying. There is no website. It's totally different from the applicant store, which is a fully open store, an extremely modern store, a store that will have daily wine tasting. She has purchased an $11,000 Quattro 4 machine that will keep 4 bottles of red and 4 bottles of white for 30 days open. So at any day, at any time, a person can come in and taste one of those or more of those 8 bottles of wine. I didn't see any Dominican produced products in the Sherman Liquor Store, and the neighborhood is 74% Dominican. Ms. Francisco will carry a full line of Dominican-produced rums and even an unusual wine that's produced in the Dominican Republic.
But you keep focusing on Sherman Liquor and Wine. It's not even the closest store. I mean, it's the newest store, but it's not the closest. Or it's about the same distance as Dykeman Liquors, which is also on Dykeman Street, which is 10 blocks away.
Dykeman Liquors is 1,194 feet away. It's the second furthest store. It's about 4 3/4 blocks away. It's an old store. It's fully open. I was there several times. It carried 1 Dominican brandy. It has no website. It has no wine tastings. It sells Lotto. It sells Nips. And its Facebook page says that it may be permanently closed. Now, I was there on Thursday, and it wasn't closed then. I don't know what that means. And I understand their sales are down. But as you can see, 2011, 12, 13, they made over $1.2 million. And then all of a sudden, they had a drop to $600,000. I mean, it has to be something more than just competition or just a change in the area. The population in the area is up since 2010, about 6.9%. The area is really developing too, especially in the area where Miss Francisco's store is. It's all new restaurants, outdoor cafes. She's at the entrance of two parks, Fort Tryon Park, Inwood Hill Park. She's 150 feet from the subway station.
Well, you can, I mean, this is all stuff we argued. What are you bringing to us that's new?
What I'm bringing to you is that she's offering things that these other stores don't offer, a great many more things.
Well, what, but besides Dominican rum,
Wine tastings, a website. She's hired a wine consultant to do the wine merchandising, to do the education of the staff. A much larger wine inventory than the closest stores. She'll be 80/20.
You keep saying that she hired somebody and she purchased the machine. She's laid out all this money without
Yes,
even
already
having
she
the
has.
license and having a license denied.
Yes,
You went
she's-
ahead and bought a
yes, she-
several $1,000
Yes,
machine.
she had some bad advice going in. She wasn't told, she wasn't even told to ask for a good guy clause in her lease. She's stuck
I had a different
in a
lawyer.
15-year lease. She did get some bad advice going in.
Well, you know,
It does offer an advantage and convenience to the area that these other stores simply don't. New York Liquors is the same thing, a very small, completely bulletproof store. You communicate with a woman sitting behind a tiny window on a chair. You can't touch the merchandise. You can't read the labels.
well, one of my concerns here is that, you know, Ms. Weiss said that crime has decreased 13.5% in the last 2 years alone.
That's the truth. That's from
No,
Comstat.
no, because the Comstat that you submitted, if you look at it carefully, it
yeah,
was actually
you're
an
not reading it.
increase of 13.5% crime. It's Exhibit B in Ms. Weiss's
Yes, I see
submission.
it here.
Yeah, it says total. Look at the 2-year percentage change. It'll say 13.5%, and there's no minus in front of it.
Oh, I'm sorry, yes. I
So
see.
that's a very significant increase in crime in the area. So with all the other factors that we considered previously, now taking into that fact, I just don't think there's a need for another store at this time. So I vote to deny the reconsideration.
I vote to deny it as well. I mean, I based my decision last time on the sales, the number of stores within 0.2 and 0.3 miles of this applicant's store. It had nothing really to do with her. It had to do with the location. And I just didn't see the public convenience and advantage of adding another store to this neighborhood.
Some things that she offers that they don't offer. I know with the idea of another store in the neighborhood.
Well, I know I'm familiar with PJ Wine, which is an enormous store, and that's 0.3 miles away. And
Their house.
no, I understand that. And then the closest store, we have it as the closest. You say it's the second closest. Is an open store, so their sales have gone down significantly. It's obvious that part of the reason they went down is because we just put another one in there in October of 2015. And you attribute the sales to the
50% decrease in sales?
I'm not going to give it all of them, but you have to, moving a store that close to another store clearly has an effect.
Actually, there's New York Liquors, which has been there for a very long time, is 150 feet away from Dykeman. They've coexisted for years.
And their sales have gone down since 2013, they have, yes. But I just don't see the public convenience and advantage, so I'm not going to reconsider either. Thank you.
1056 La Espanola Way.
Are they here?
Not even here. Somebody signed in.
Who signed that in?
La Espanola Way.
1056 La Espanola Way.
Thank you. I don't know. There you're on.
La Espanola Way.
All right, do they have food?
They now have food. They have a prep area. They took off the trade name that they put up there. It's back to La Espanola Way. We have applied for a trade name, and I will put in for the name that they had up there, that they weren't supposed to have up there. I do have, I handed it in to you. They were approved for it, and I'm going to apply for it with the SLA as soon as they pay their fine. Like I said, we have a prep area. As far as.
What are they? Are they a restaurant or
They're a bar, they're
sports
a
bar?
bar.
But why do they advertise themselves on Facebook as a nightclub?
They're not a nightclub. They've been.
No, but they call themselves a nightclub. I'm not telling you.
Right, no, they've been,
Like, do we understand? Let me talk to the applicants. Do you
absolutely.
understand the difference between a sports bar and a nightclub?
So then what were you doing?
I did not advertise it.
You can come to the mic, please.
Sorry.
go ahead, go up to the
I
microphone.
did not advertise it on Facebook, anything like that. I don't know who did it. Maybe the DJ.
You let the DJ take over your Facebook page?
Whose Facebook page is it?
It's us. Yeah.
It's your Facebook page, and it says nightclub on it, right? So who's advertising it as a nightclub?
There must be the DJ because I never did that. So.
But the DJ has control over your Facebook. That's what I'm asking you.
Well, actually, no, I don't. But he got part of it, to advertise the place, but not to mention as a nightclub. The only way.
He's been re-instructed about that.
Stop everything on it.
I talked to him about that, and he's been re-instructed
Right,
about
but if
that.
you advertise someplace as a nightclub on your official Facebook, people are going to come because they think it's a nightclub. They're not coming because they think they're going to sit there, watch sports, and drink alcohol. They're going to come to dance, right?
I understand.
So that's what must have been happening up till now.
No, it's not dancing place at all.
So your Facebook page had no impact on
Stop
people.
everything, yeah.
Stop everything, meaning it was already happening, and now you're going to stop it.
No, stop it. No, she warned me like 2 weeks ago with.
No, I know she warned you, but before that, was there dancing going on?
No dancing.
There was no dancing.
No dancing.
There was no dancing.
Do they have permission for a DJ?
No, and we.
No DJ,
No, they had permission for live music. That was approved. And I'm going to, like I said, once this is all settled, I'm going to I'm going to amend their method of operation for a DJ, take off live music. I mean, they actually had more than a DJ, they had live music, but we don't want live music, we'd like to have a DJ. I'm going to amend that. That's another thing. I'm going to.
They have a karaoke?
It was only recorded music, not live,
Well, the method of operation with the community board was live music.
but not with us.
No, not with you, no.
And they
But
can't
no.
have it because it wasn't approved.
We don't want live music anyway. We're going to amend, we're going to put,
It's too small for that also.
yeah, the live music is too small. So we're going to amend everything.
No.
The method of operation. They didn't have.
Yeah, I wouldn't recommend the DJ going forward. for them.
Yeah, I think there's no DJ, no food, that's what they applied for originally, right? So you can't tell me just because they had live music when they weren't supposed to have live music, you'll take the live music away
Well, we're
and
going to
you'll
amend.
put in DJs.
We're going to amend the method of
Well,
operation.
then that amendment is going to come here. You're welcome to try, but I'm not going to give a DJ.
Okay. Okay. We're going to.
Well, yeah, I mean, there's an assault going on at 4:30 when he's not even supposed to be open.
Well, that was.
And now you want me to allow the DJ to go in there?
Well, actually, what happened was somebody had fallen they went out the emergency exit, and they had fallen, and he fell.
He said
And
he
what
was
hap-
assaulted with a bottle inside the licensed premises at 4:30.
He fell going out the emergency exit, and my client
So he
tried.
fell on the bottle?
No, it wasn't a bottle. He fell, and my client called an ambulance for him, and he left. And he didn't want the ambulance. He left, and he went to the precinct, and he reported it as being hit with a bottle. And in actuality, he was not hit with a bottle.
Do you have videotape on that?
No, there's no video of it.
I mean, you're welcome to apply for anything you want, but make sure that comes here.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. No, of course, we would,
No, I'm talking to Kerry.
So we've got 7 violations here. I have a fine. I have a counter of 8,500.
8,500 counter. Can you accept that? 4,000 was not sufficient.
and it's the first time that they had any problems
Yeah, but there were serious problems, and, they've been open for less than 3 years. And they told us they were something, they turned into something else.
But, I mean, the assaults were not, the assaults were, one guy fell. in the
8,500.
premises. $8,500.
It's actually a reduction from 10,000 if you add it all up otherwise. But because it's their first one, or at least 10,000.
What do you want to do? Okay.
Do you need him? Okay, all right.
Yeah, take it.
All right, thank you.
8,500 then.
All right. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. 1087, Akram Restaurant Management.
Do we have opposition from the community board here? Anybody? No?
Good morning, Leonard Fogelman, and this is Akram.
Good morning.
She
So
has
what are you trying to do here? I don't,
Well, we're
you're trying to move the bar.
All we're trying to move the bar from is from one room
129,
to the
wait,
next.
so the one room meaning 129 Mulberry Street, right? The room is physically located in 129 Mulberry Street, correct? And you're trying to move that bar, not add a second bar, but you're just trying to move that bar over to 131, the side that's considered 131.
And that room was the subject of an alteration in 2011, which was approved by the Liquor Authority. That room has been in use since then.
So what's, no, and I understand that it is contiguous too. My problem is the community board lives in the neighborhood. How are they not able to understand that it's connected?
I cannot understand how the community board could not understand this.
They say it's connected just illegally.
And
They're acknowledging it's connected.
But the alteration was approved, right?
Yes, but I think their position was that there was no.
I read that they say it's not contiguous.
Well, you can
said
see
there
from
was
the
two
photos that it was and is. I think the community board also had some issues about.
Oh, they do
Because
call it
this was before the
non-contiguous.
community board, they were also asking us that they want us to close at midnight and they want us to close our doors and windows at 11:30 or 10 o'clock. So the community board, based on an alteration application, to simply move a bar from here to here, brought up completely irrelevant issues.
Do we have any complaints about
We
this
would not
place?
agree with the community
Ever?
board to change our hours because we want to move a bar.
Well, they don't even raise that.
Uh-huh.
They just say that like council said, that there's not a certificate of occupancy and that it's not non-contiguous.
Yeah, we have
Is there a
nothing.
certificate of occupancy?
I'm sure we have.
Or is it before the, we have what?
We have nothing.
There's now.
Okay.
That was the main concern, that it's not, that was the main concern, that it was not continuous. The pictures that, I showed them, they said that this is a residential and is not the real pictures of the restaurant.
And you do have, and this would all, I mean, like, you couldn't be operating without the certificate, so.
Well,
Yes.
it could be.
Well, I gotta imagine the city would come in.
Oh.
You have a CO for 131?
Yes,
So
I
you
do.
have
I
a certificate of occupancy for 131 Mulberry Street?
Yes, sir, I have both, for 129 and 131.
And what's the
C of O.
131 C of O say? It's for the same use, group use?
Yes, it's the same.
Use group 6.
Use group 6 restaurant?
Yes.
And how long have you been operating already in both rooms?
2011?
Yeah.
On
Okay.
129, 10 years. In the main,
No, in
dining
131.
Since
one,
2011.
yes.
So, I mean, I guess that's their main thing is they don't think that.
I know, but this isn't the place to do
But
that.
the photos are self-evident that they.
Well,
that
okay,
you,
well,
you walk from here to here and you're in the other room.
They were saying that there is no connection. The real connection doesn't exist.
But there is connection, you're saying.
I showed them the
Absolutely.
picture.
And what is your plan for 129? Why are you moving the bar over there?
The reason is that where it is now, the new room since 2011 isn't doing as well as they thought it would when they expanded it into the new room. So they think they will do better business by having the bar in the new room. So it's to help them pay the rent.
All right, so I'll approve it based on that C of O, giving us a copy of the C of O for 131 Mulberry Street, having the same use group.
Okay,
I'll approve as well, under the same condition.
thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Back to schedule. I have one more.
You're a former community board member. Why would they just not go check themselves and show us that there's none, rather than making an allegation? It's probably supposed to have a seat about it, probably. Right, that's what I'm saying, she probably has that.
Okay.
Yes, go ahead.
1137B, Polo Food and Deli.
Do we hear anything from the mayor's office?
You're closing at 10 o'clock? Oh, please put your name on the record.
This is Leonard Fogelman, attorney for Polo Food and Deli, Inc., and this is the owner.
Yeah.
Tell me your name.
Yeah, my name is Bolivia Reyes.
Did you not know that your temporary ran out? When you kept selling after temporary expired, did you not realize it had run out?
Yeah.
Yeah, you did, or yeah, you didn't?
I don't understand what you're saying.
Can you explain to him?
Yes. He did not know that his temporary had run out, and the lawyer he had at the time told him if he got a temp, he's okay until he gets his license. So he was disapproved, and we came before you, and you agreed to reconsider.
Yeah, no, I understand that.
Sent it back to licensing, and
Okay,
so-
all right. Well, we didn't hear any objection from the mayor's office, who generally will speak up if he has an objection. So I'll approve.
I'll approve.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good luck.
1089 Harlem Wine Cellar.
For the applicant, Robert Swetnick. There's no opposition.
Is there any opposition here? Okay.
Is that the principal, Mr. Swetnick?
Pardon me?
At the
It's the
principal.
principal, yes. The principal is with me. She's retiring as a school teacher, going to go into this business full-time. This is an area you see from our submission where there are a lot of new developments in the area, a lot of also new large, I call them anchor stores, which have opened within the area. The sales from the stores in the immediate area are up. One is 500%, one is 20%. Another one seems to be doubling every year.
Can I just ask, or maybe your client would know this, Harlem Wine and Spirits, is that open?
I think the one that closed is West 125th, which would have been the third closest store.
It is closed.
It is closed.
Okay.
How long has it been closed?
Several months. It was closed not because of lack of business, but because of legal issues.
They still have the license out there.
Okay.
See, there's the new store that's down the block, that's right where the scaffolding ends,
Yeah.
that's open.
Is that what that one is?
I can't hear
has-
what you're saying.
The new store that's down the block, just down the block on 125th, but
Okay,
Yeah,
I
this
don't know
was
which
just
one.
issued.
West
Yeah, it's a-
125th, which was owned by Maritza Rodriguez, is the one which is closed.
Hold on. That's not who owns that one. So
Pardon
it's
me?
not the third closest. That's not the
It
principal.
would have been, but, well, we have it as closed, and it doesn't even show on your list, but,
So you have the third one is closed.
well, I think it would have been the third one. Again, we don't, I can try to look up the address for you, but it was West 125th.
Well, we have one that's the third closest, which is 17 West 125th, which we didn't get a response for. That's the one we're trying to figure out if it's open or closed.
I got a
between
response, I
Lennox
thought
and
that
Fifth
said
Avenue,
had
it's right where
huge
the
increase in
scaffolding
Can we
sales.
just go out the street and check?
it's
Harlem
absolutely
Wine and
open. I pass it
Spirits.
frequently.
It is open?
Yes, it's a lovely store.
Oh,
with a
so
nice
just, they
shop.
didn't just respond, okay.
No, well, you sent me a response, which is confusing, but it seems like the sales went from 86,000 to 529. If I can hand it up.
What are you talking about? Thank you.
That I got from FOIL.
Harlem Wine Cellar Corp. This is a different corp.
one.
This is
That's
This
different.
is on
That's the
Adam
one
Powell.
you're saying is closed?
This one you're saying is closed.
No, it's not the one I'm saying is closed.
So that's why this one didn't
All
respond.
right, can we have Mike call these people, or?
Yeah, they're absolutely open.
Harlem Wine and
You
Spirits.
can walk
They're
down the
open,
block.
okay, well,
Isn't that
if you say
Harlem Wine
they're
and
open.
Spirits you have?
Harlem Wine and
The
Spirits.
one we're asking about, we got no sales responses, Harlem Wine and
Cellar
Spirits.
Corp.
This, what,
Harlem Wine and Spirits, it's this one. This is the one they're asking about.
What are the years?
That's all, this is.
Oh, this is,
What are the years?
oh, I see what you're saying. 2015.
It's a response.
So they're open.
But I got it through FOIL through you, so you should have this.
Why don't we?
Well, we just don't have it on our number. That's what it is. So it's, thank you.
But they are
Appreciate it.
100%.
So it's 86,000 in
We didn't get it.
2014. We must have it because
No,
we
I
got
mean
it
in this
before.
record.
Yeah, and
It's
then
not scanned in.
529 in 529,000 in 2015. So okay, got that cleared up. So can I just ask? Well, there was a protest concern about a refugee temple, but when we sent our investigator, they measured it and it was 226 feet. So there is no 200-foot law implicated here. Just the applicant. So you've been a school teacher since '97, and why the foray into the liquor business?
Well, I've always wanted to own my own business, and I love wine, and I just wanted to marry the two. And I'm just looking to further my horizons and looking beyond retirement. And
I can add also that, I know you hear a lot, but that she's interested in the, I'll say, the healthier wines, the biodegradable, organic, et cetera. She was hired because she knows she doesn't have a lot of experience, a wine consultant. She hasn't hired her yet, she's met with her.
So do you have a partner in this venture? Because the total investment was 25,000. This is a 2,600 square foot space.
Well, the basement is half of it.
So its retail is 1,250, 1,300.
Well, 1,300 including the bathroom and on the main floor, bathroom and office. Main floor is 1,300.
I mean, the rent is 7,000 a month.
We have a rent abatement.
So you're doing this all by yourself with no other loans, outside investors, partners? Okay. All right. I looked up the population in 10027. Since 2010, there's been approximately 5% increase in population. The 4 closest stores have all had increasing sales. We did issue 2 new licenses in October and April 2014, respectively. And so that was one concern I had. It was hard to see the numbers, and but then we just got the numbers for the Harlem Wine and Spirits that show 529,000 in sales, and the other newly issued West Harlem Vines also close to over 900,000 in sales. So I think based on the total amount of wine sales, liquor sales in this area.
There's opposition. Sorry.
Oh, there's opposition. You made it just in time.
All right, we have to hear from him.
That was a speak now or forever hold your peace moment.
Hi, how are you?
Good.
My name's Enrique Cruz. I came today because I remember the last time.
Where are you from?
I'm sorry. I'm coming on behalf of Vintage Harlem, which is 2235 Frederick Douglass Boulevard.
So you're not the owner?
No, my cousin is the owner. He couldn't make it today. He asked me to be here on his behalf. And the reason why I made it today was because the last time we were here, and it was in regards to a licensee that goes, it's DBA BTL,
Yep.
which is at 340, give me 1 second.
St. Nicholas.
St. Nicholas Avenue. Yeah, we have it.
Yeah, so when that licensee and that applicant was being heard here, I mean, I remember verbatim Chairman Rosen's description of why he was going to issue that license, and he specifically said that from here on out, he would not want to issue another license in this area because of oversaturation.
But he then did. He issued another one in October of 2014.
I wasn't here for that one.
That was based upon the Whole Foods that's being built across the street was the most influential factor in that license being granted.
But he did specifically say that, and within 2 years or whatever the date of that issuance, which I think it was March or April of 2014, there's going to be another additional 2 licenses. And I'm just afraid that the oversaturation is going to affect the existing licensees, but I also don't see such an increase in the population for us to continue to
Well, it's
just
been a
have licenses.
5% increase since 2010. I don't know since 2014, that's true.
Yeah. So I'd like the committee to take, I'm sorry, I'd like the chairman to take that into consideration, that the previous chairman said he was concerned about the oversaturation in this area. And in such a short amount of time, I could imagine 5 years, but in 2 years, an additional 3 licenses, I think it's excessive. I'd hope that you take that into consideration while reviewing this applicant.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I would just also note that Vintage reports that last year they had over a 20% increase in sales at his cousin's store.
We have that.
So I think that there is obviously the demand, it would serve the community. We've also given you a submission about all the new buildings in the immediate area which are opening, and all what I'd consider the large anchor stores which are going to draw people to the area. I think that I think this applicant is interested in, I'll say, healthier wines and spirits. She's not going to have a big mix. She's going to start with 20 or 25% only, and basically see what the demand is in the market. So we're not going to try to sell you on that. That's going to be that distinct. But I think more so than the other stores, and of course it's a younger crowd moving up there, which is interested in that type of product mix. But she's not going to be exclusively organic or anything else. I think the area needs it. Again, if you look at the sales figures, I mean, you've got stores going from 20% to 500% of the closest stores. And none of them were open recently. They're all a few years old.
Yeah, so let me start all over again because I've had to kind of rethink this. So I think, it is true that we have issued 2 new licenses in 2014, and while the numbers initially do look very robust, I think it is hard to tell at this time what the impact of those 2 stores would be. And in addition, there's about 7,200 square foot of space within 0.4 miles of this proposed store, and this proposed store, if it were a smaller size, maybe, but it is still 2,600 and granted 1,300 only of retail, but 2,600 of licensed premises being added. And then what kind of really impacted my decision is when you look on the map, you're proposing to put it kind of right in the middle of the 4 squares of the existing 4 nearest existing stores.
But we're also
And
replacing a store, don't forget. We're replacing West 125th Street.
You keep saying that, but we don't.
If you want to have someone call, I mean, it's...
No, it's not one of the 4 closest.
Well, it would have been, well, again, I don't know why it would have been one of the 4 closest on the map.
Right. So anyway, at this time with
I
the
have the address,
information,
Ellen.
I think the SLA webpage shows that it's not active, which is why it doesn't show up. So if it's not an active license, it won't come up as one of the closest.
I'm trying to bring up whatever's there so we can see.
yeah, and I had cited the population increase since 2010, which I thought would get me to, the store, but then realizing in 2014 we did add 2 more.
And I've also provided you with a list of buildings that are converting or opening right there within a block or 2.
Right, and did you get that?
Yeah,
info?
we have one at 566 West 125th Street.
566
Yeah,
West
that
100?
seems a way-
Isn't
lot
that way
west
on the west side?
That's far. That was just surrendered in March, but I
Right.
can't see
but
any
that
other.
definitely cannot be one of the 4 closest.
I believe it would have been.
Really? Can you
From the
just
map I
Google
have,
that
so I know where that one
address
is.
to this, and then we can see once and
That's
for
got
all.
to be almost a mile away.
No. Well, See it as
566 would
being,
be between
3 blocks away.
10th and 11th Avenue, no?
I think 9th and 10th, it's where the Dwayne Reed is, if anyone knows where that is. It's next door to where the Dwayne Reed was.
I know where it is.
.8 miles.
The fourth closest is .4, so
0.8 miles is what we have. Okay, so it's not one of the 4 closest. So anyway, even if that were closed, it wouldn't change my vote in this particular case. I vote to deny.
I'm going to vote to deny as well, only because of the 2 new licenses that were issued in 2014. While I'm not going to go as far as Chairman Rosen did and say the area is saturated, I am going to say that I just don't know based on those 2 licenses just being granted. I don't know what the effects are going to be. One has just been opened just over a year, and the other one's a year and a half. So I'm not saying that there would not be another store here. I just don't think right now I can determine that there's a public convenience and advantage to putting another one here right now.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
1080 Bruckner and Castle Hill Liquor.
I thought that was almost a mile away. That's like every block is like, every avenue is like 3 blocks, right?
Yeah, 3-4 blocks, yeah. So it's close.
Good morning, Chairman Bradley, Commissioner Kim, Max Bookman, Pazetsky and Bookman, representing Bruckner. We're here on a CNC offer. This is a liquor store. It's a small father-son operation. They're the only 2 employees. On the time in question, the father had a family emergency and had to run up to Orange County, and the son wasn't around. So the mother, who doesn't work at the store, works at a nearby hospital, had to fill in.
Okay, I'm going to cut you off. I think you're...
So your offer is for $6,500? Is that what you're here for?
That's correct.
All right,
Okay, we'll
accept.
take it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
1065 Green 90 Inc.
Still Max Bookman, Pazetsky and Bookman. This is a CNC for it. It's a slightly different.
Same thing though, offer $2,500?
Well, that's the number that counsel's office believes is standard for a 1 count of unlicensed security.
And we generally agree with counsel's office up here.
And I agree as well. That is, I know.
Letter
And it is the
calls
standard
into
number, and that is the number we put in our CNC. I just want to respectfully ask that the board consider $2,000 in light of this not necessarily being the most standard situation. This licensee has been licensed since 1991 with 0 adverse disciplinary history whatsoever. It's a 300-square-foot pub, and in light of their pretty exemplary disciplinary history, I respectfully ask for a $2,000 penalty.
Well, but you also write in the letter that the circumstances that gave rise to the police summons for unlicensed security are questionable.
Well, that was the first round of letters with Ms. Chaplin. That letter was then withdrawn, and a new letter was put in removing that language. We're not here to question the circumstances giving rise to.
How come I have a copy of that, the first version?
Not sure. Did give both. One came right after the other after council.
All right. Given that they haven't had any adverse history since 91 in our records, I'll accept your 2,000.
How did the police end up here?
I'm looking.
I could explain.
Yeah, go ahead.
This was not a March investigation. The police were canvassing the neighborhood as a result of an unrelated crime. The police came in, and again, we're not
Okay,
disputing.
I'll give you 2,000 too.
Thank you very much.
.1031 Mona NYC.
Oh, I'm missing my thing, but I know the Mona case.
Updated. How was this
Chairman.
updated?
Mona has additional
Robert
cases.
Ferrari for the licensee. This is one in which we were completely cut off from putting in our defense. And the defense was that there was a revolt going on among a number of stockholders who thought they had a majority but never could succeed in controlling the place. And instead of going to the Supreme Court, which handles those type of cases, they started a guerrilla warfare against the licensee. They stole the license one day. They ripped the alarm one day off the wall.
But Mr. Ferrari, your office was present at the hearing.
Pardon me?
Your office was present at the hearing. You
Yes,
did,
yes,
yes,
we
you
fought
did.
it.
So,
And I'm saying the hearing was
but you
completely
say-
unfair because the administrative law judge would not accept the defense of.
he
Mr.
didn't
Riddle.
agree with you, but he heard everything you had to say.
He did not hear everything we had to say.
Well, I'm trying to figure out why that's our problem. That your business associates got in a war with each other to the extent that they started breaking the law. I don't see that as the state liquor authority's problem or a defense.
It shouldn't have been a problem, but it seems like
But I don't see it as a defense either.
Well, it's a defense to what the charges are. Many of those charges were trumped up. For instance, the topless dancing, they never had topless dancing before. All of a sudden, a few guys and a few gals appear in the place, and they started taking off their clothes. And the police arrived 10 minutes later, and before they could be thrown out. That wasn't the operation that was going on at the premises. That was a setup, according to my client.
Mr. Ferrari, you're saying that you weren't able to be heard. The other partner wanted cancellation. The whole hearing was held because of your opposition.
And and the topless dancing that you're talking about is one charge out of 8. We have noise, crowds on street.
Those
There's
were
a
two charges.
hearing.
We have dancing. We have the fact that it was being operated like a nightclub.
Those 3 charges.
Well, is that trumped up?
Trumped up completely. But they all arose that night when the girls and guys came.
So the people came and lit the candles that were running too, or?
Well, there's a dispute on the candles. The candles are very minor. It's not a serious thing. They had electric candles. They claimed they were all over the place, but.
You had one security guard. When the indications were there'd be more. Did they take the security guards away?
There was 25 people. The Nightlife Association recommends 1 security guard for every 50 people. There was half the number that are recommended by the Nightlife Association.
I mean, there are licensees, exhibits.
You indicated you'd have 6 security guards, though. See, I don't care what the nightlife says. Your application said 6. You had 1.
That was a mistake, that there would be 6 on. We said we would comply with the Nightlife Association, which is 1 for every 50 people. So if the place is empty, you're going to hire 6 security guards?
Then you don't put it on the application. These guys, and I know, these guys are professional operators. They know what they're doing on these applications. This isn't some mom and pop pub coming in here. They know what, they run these businesses. They do this for a living. So don't tell me that they made a mistake.
We didn't make the mistake. The authority made the mistake for putting it on the license. The policeman took it off the license.
What, can you see what their application says?
Will there be security personnel? Yes. How many? 6.
Did we write the license? Did we fill the license out? I mean, the application out?
You didn't, no. 6 was meant for the number of people that would be there. If you had 300 people, you'd have 6 security guards.
All right.
How do you, well,
What do you wanna
on a
do?
separate point, Mr. Ferrari, there were 3 exhibits submitted by your office that the ALJ took into evidence, but you're still standing here saying you were not able to be heard by the ALJ.
Cancel?
Yeah, that's what I had, but, I mean, and that's, if you want to bring that up on an Article 78, you're welcome to do that.
Oh.
We're not going to argue that here.
Did you pay the $2,000 fine from previously in March? So it's
I
not,
just heard about it 2 weeks ago for the first time.
Who just heard about it?
No, it didn't get paid yet.
Well, at least they said he was never served with the notice of pleading.
notice of pleading?
That's the one in
no,
the workman's comp?
Yeah, the full board, we imposed it on March 1st, 2016.
It was a default.
If he had heard about it, I would be.
Nobody heard about it. Also, if that's not paid,
Oh, that's why I have what I
then
have
it's
here.
cancel and bond if you haven't paid that, if that was due. Was that due date already passed, right? May 6th?
There was an order of suspension issued.
All right.
Can I see that updated thing that we got?
Yeah, it's right
Gave
there.
that to you, too.
Yeah, I know, I forgot it.
Oh.
Okay.
Yeah, that hasn't been paid. All
Are you aware of that now? It's at March 1st, 2016, we imposed a $2,000 civil penalty that has not been paid.
Became aware of it last week.
Okay.
And it still hasn't been paid, right?
Pardon me?
It still has not been paid?
That's correct.
Okay.
The license is suspended from May 6th to May 16th. They're scheduled for a hearing on another matter,
Yeah.
which is availing on
No,
May
this is the-
24th.
So you updated this, but
No,
it
I
doesn't. Well, I'm so confused. This update doesn't say imposition of 10-day suspension.
No,
The
it doesn't.
original one
I
does.
didn't, yeah, it does not.
So,
I don't know that Cindy O'Brien gave that to me.
oh,
I don't know why she removed the.
why would we have the 10?
Why is the 10-day suspension on there?
Okay, I have an email from Cindy. We cannot, if the license was in safekeeping, she said we cannot suspend a license that's in safekeeping, so that's why it's been changed.
Oh, okay.
So it's back to the civil penalty has not been paid and there's no alternate penalty imposed.
Okay.
So now we're back to monetary fine or cancel bond?
It's up to you.
All
You
right.
can do either. You can cancel a license that's in safekeeping.
So does your partner continue to sabotage you so that the laws will continue to be broken?
They were evicted from the premises, so we still have an appeal on that. I don't know that we're going to perfect.
Oh, they were evicted?
Yes,
This-
they're not.
So cancel and bond, right? I don't get it.
Okay, cancel and bond.
This is there.
Well, it's in safekeeping. That's why.
Right.
Trying to keep it alive.
Cancel and bond. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Weird. 11:18, last train stop. Last train stop.
Morning.
Morning.
Jonathan Schloss of the law firm of Schloss and Schloss. I have with me Mr. Emmett Woods.
So we have a case where we had imposed a fine in November 2015 for focal point for police attention and sustained pattern of noise disorder. And then, so it was based on incidents that happened in March 2014, and then a year later, we had the same charges.
Actually, not the charges in the first set, which resulted in a fine, where the dates of the incidents were from 8/16/13 through 3/16/14. The first incident of the instant set of charges was a week later, March 23 of 2014. They theoretically could have been tried at the same time. They were not.
Right, but then it went from March 2014 to March 23rd, 2015.
So it just basically what you're saying is it
Kept
continued,
going.
even though,
Well, what was on the table here, we have 10 incidents were sustained with a period of time of about 400 days between March 23, 2014 and April 25 of 2015.
Okay. That's a lot. I know it's less than the 38 that were, or whatever number it was that was charged, but 10,
13
13?
was charged.
Oh, 13
10
was
were
charged.
sustained.
Right.
by the
And so this
ALJ.
argument of, it's been only been 10 over a span of a year and change, that's not a very good mitigating argument.
Well, looking at the case which the ALJ relied on, that MJS case,
We're not going to do that here. That's Article 78. If you want to argue about the law, you file your Article 78.
I'm not arguing about the law, but just looking at the facts of that case, we're talking about a similar fact pattern where you have a bar that cooperates with the police, with incidents where no one was charged with any type of crime whatsoever. They're disparate incidents in that there's no relation between the events. There's no prostitution, no drugs, no underage drinking, no pattern, except for it all happened at the same place.
This is why the charge is a focal point. You're a drain on the police.
Which also occurred almost a year to the day before the same issues. They were unrelated. They were at the location, and they were a drain on the police department.
With all due respect, I'm not going to go into the law, and we will obviously reserve the right to do an Article 78 on that. But just regarding the fact, if the board is going to give credence to the MGS case, I respectfully request that you look at the facts of that MGS case with regard to imposing a fine, where you had 18 incidents over 20 or 21 months. And here, if you're looking at the two cases together, you have the same period of time, you have 20 plus months, and you have 20 incidents. So I respectfully request that the fine at least be similar. The MGS case, they imposed a $5,000 fine. In the previous incidents, my client was fined $3,500.
And I disagree with you to the extent that he had notice, at least in May of last year, that there was police attention, sustained pattern of police attention on his bar, and then it continued for a year after that. So there's clearly not a message being received here.
You had incidents where the licensee is being asked to put the patrons, obviously the patron safety is of the utmost concern. So you have an incident where somebody comes and says, hey, I'm going to go out to my car and get a gun. The licensed security guard thinks that's a viable threat, subdues the guy and calls police for police assistance. He's damned if he does, damned if he doesn't. Yes, he's risking his license by calling the police on that, but it's more important to him to make sure that everyone's safe.
And he should be commended for doing that. But the other problem is you're attracting people that are going to go to their car and get a gun. Right? I mean, that's who's frequenting this establishment. And many of these, while they don't include guns, but many of these incidents are of that nature. The type of business you're running, it sounds like it's out of control inside.
Commissioner Bradley, as I know you're very familiar with Poughkeepsie.
Yes, I am.
The crime in Poughkeepsie in the last 2 years has gone through the roof. There's been a shooting every week in it. I do hire 6 security guards, 7 security guards at the weekends. I have a strict search policy. I cannot control the people that live in that community. I am a businessman. I try to work very hard and diligently with the police department. The police department started 2 years ago because of a lawsuit of another business that was being run very badly, and they write reports. I think you're familiar with that business.
Yeah, well, and you refer, or at least in the hearing, they refer to the fact that they keep getting SLA referrals. Well, they're supposed to. They're required to do that.
But I meet with the police twice.
No, I understand that. I've heard that myself when I worked there. I'm not questioning that. I'm questioning the fact that you have an enormous, what amounts to a nightclub, and it is clearly a drain on the police department, based on the fact that they have now, over the course of a year and a half period, been there over 20 or 18 times.
But prior to this, I never had problems, and then after this, I having problems. I have just asked them. I have 54 cameras in the location, and I just asked if there is a situation, give me my chance and opportunity to defend myself. And I have video. I always cooperate with the video, but when I find out about it a year later, I can't defend myself.
Well, you know, if the police show up, you're going to have to defend yourself. I mean, that's
not all the time. This is a parking. This is has a parking lot.
Don't go there either, because the trains stop running at 11:30, 12 o'clock. The problems he's having are at 2:30 and 3 o'clock. I just left there this morning, so I parked my car right around the corner from his restaurant.
But Mr. Bradley, if you, if you were in the neighbourhood and you drove around it at 12:30, there is four different police departments that take that parking lot. You have the state troopers, you have the MTA, you have the
That is
sheriffs.
correct, yes.
But the only ones that keep writing an SLA report, I have a sheriff stands at my door every night of the week.
So how do you propose to change this pattern of noise?
Actually, Commissioner Kim, the ALJ did not find a single instance of noise, not a single one. The statute,
And that's because he is, as he said, in a parking lot. I mean, they're not near residences. The problem isn't necessarily, I'm sure it is loud, but that's not going to really disturb anybody.
found in various things disturbance, some things misconduct, some things disorder. But the ALJ did not find noise and did not find anything that, quote, adversely affects or tends to affect the.
So I'm sorry, sustained pattern of noise / disorder. So how do you propose to, you're telling me that the disorder part you can't do anything about just because you can't control who comes to your restaurant or pub?
There has been a new change in administration in Poughkeepsie in the last few months in the police department and with the mayor's office. I have sat down with the new mayor and the new chief of police, and I have done that in the past, and that's how I try to run, and I do run a good business. I do everything. I've had Bert Van Warren come down from the investigator's office. I've sat down with him several times, and he compliments me on how I run my business.
How many years have you been operating here?
Well, I've been in that location from 2004. The last train stop has been open from 2012.
Mr. Woods has been involved with that location since 2004. Just want to make that clear.
It was a different
It's
license.
been
Oh,
the
different
iteration of the last train stop. I'm sorry, you said 2012?
Yeah.
Well, you know the area. Well, whatever you want to do. Well, initially I had canceled on bond only because you had such notice of this focal point for police attention and this pattern of disorder. I'm willing to consider a fine and one last opportunity to correct all this, just given your history prior to this, which has been pretty good as a licensee. So 7,500 and one last shot.
7,500.
But if
But
you come
I-
back, yeah,
oh, go ahead.
If
I
you
mean-
come back on the focal point for police attention or sustained pattern of noise disorder, however you want to define it, that's it. Because
That's my problem, is I don't know I can't tell you what the solution is. You have an enormous place. It's, how many floors? 3 floors? 2 floors. It's just attracting, obviously, a crowd that is going to cause these issues, and the fact that you can't control it is not an excuse. I mean, it's I don't know how many square feet it is, but it's enormous. And when you fill it, you're going to have problems like this. So I'll go with 7,500 too.
And with regard to the MGS and it's being similar to, I understand you're relying on.
7,500.
Thank you.
Thank you.
1137D, Caleb and Cyrus.
Well, you got all of them today, huh?
Yeah.
I'm not sure procedurally if this is the right thing.
Good morning, Jonathan Schloss. On behalf of the law firm Schloss & Schloss, my client, Carlene Desire of Caleb and Cyrus, Inc.
So you've had quite an eventful couple months.
We were approved on April 12th, and then
1 month, I guess.
got a call back a week or two ago.
Well, and I watched the tape of us granting your license, and I'm not going to lie to you, I had a concern when I did it, that given her lack of experience, and I think I brought that up at the hearing, that I was concerned whether this was going to turn into what it was before. And then Ms. O'Brien asked you directly if she was going to have teen nights. And she said absolutely not, because we asked you what the bracelets are for. Now we find out that not only did you have a teen night, but that a 16-year-old girl got in and got drunk in the bar.
Okay, can you, Ms. Dazar, can you explain first what you believe the question was and what your answer was and what is in your place?
Yes, you asked me
You gotta
if we
speak.
have a teen night, and I said, no, we never have
So
a
we
teen
asked,
night.
we asked what the bracelets were for, though.
For if we do have
Communions.
events and they have underage in there,
You
like
said
we have.
communions and
Yes,
events
but
such
we
as
never
that.
have a teen night.
I mean, they're not specifically marking, say, hey, teens, come have a night
Hey,
at
whoa,
Siren.
whoa, we have here, you said 18 to enter, 18 to party, 21 to drink.
18 is not a teen night?
She was what was explained to me prior was that she believed you were asking, are you having specific nights saying, marketing specifically towards the teen, to the teen set, say, hey, come in, have a great time at Siren. Obviously not giving them drinks, but to specifically market towards teens. That wasn't the case. There was an event where this thing happened. It was a situation where a mother and a daughter came in together. The mother helped the daughter get in illegally. The mother became unruly. The mother was escorted from outside the premises and said, hey, my daughter's.
But that, and whatever that happened, but it was an 18 and over night, correct?
That evening.
And the bracelets went to the people who could drink, and the 18, 19, and 20-year-olds didn't get bracelets, correct?
Correct, but we check ID at the bar, because I was at the bar.
But my point being, I'm still not following what you thought her question was when you were here, because I just watched the tape, and I knew exactly what her question was. So what do you think you were asked? When you came here for the license and she asked you what are the bracelets for, what did you think she was asking you?
The bracelet,
What type of night were you thinking?
sorry, nervous. Anything under, I said the bracelet for when we're having a party, when we're having events, those bracelets for kids underage. So yes, I do believe that we have to provide the bracelet for 21 or over. That incident happened.
But I'm not talking about the incident. You told us when you were here that the bracelets were not going to be for underage nights.
And the bracelet were not for underage.
Well, in this night here, College Fresh, that I'm looking at the advertisement.
No, it wasn't College Fresh, sir. It wasn't.
I'm asking, did you have a College Fresh night?
No, we do have it, but that night wasn't a College
I'm not
Fresh.
asking about that night. I'm asking about, did you have an 18 and over night?
And there was no drink. Yes, we do have that night.
And there was no drink for anybody?
They drink, how do you call this? Shirley Temple, they drink water.
No, I'm saying there's no alcohol served at all. A College Fresh night.
We make sure we check ID, because last time
That's
I
not
was
the
here-
question. If you were over 21 on College Fresh night,
Yes.
were you allowed to drink alcohol?
No. Over 21, yes. Under 21, no, because we make sure.
But
we
under
check ID.
21-year-olds were in the bar that night, correct?
Doing college night?
Yes.
Yes.
And how did you differentiate
Because we
between?
asked ID at the bar.
But you put bracelets on, right?
Over 21, yes. Under
So when
21
she asked you, are you going to have bracelets for teen nights, and you told her no, that wasn't true, was it?
It wasn't. Because I'm not the promoter. I hire people to help.
And there's the other problem.
I think we asked
I
that question as
hired
well.
people to help me promote the place. This is all I have.
All right,
And
can
I
we
put
have a
everything in it.
Yeah.
I know, but but you're the licensee.
Right.
Great.
I came here finally, and there were 4 attorneys already. Yeah. That must have been really, really early or something like that. 3 or 4 of that.
Wait, Jackie's not back yet. You should probably wait for Jackie.
I'll tell her to try now, hold on.
Are we on, Donald? Okay.
With regard to the inexperience that I know was a concern at the hearing last time, she hired licensed professionals to help her who failed her. She promptly fired the security guard who let them in, hired more security to be there. I believe the last time, I believe we said 3 would be there plus a manager. Well, she hired 4, you have 4 security guards. She's there personally for each event now. She's looking for a manager. We mentioned last time that when she does get a manager, we'll give a PQ for that person. But as of now, she personally is there. This is her baby. She's putting her money, her savings into this place. This is not a place that she's looking to just clumsily throw into the ground due to the indiscretion of a licensed professional that let her in. So she's taking it very seriously.
So, as you know, this location has a history, a horrendous history of violations, and that's why we were concerned when you came to us, and we wanted to give you a chance based on your representations. And, you know, excuse me, Mr. Kozlo, could we? So, you know, based on your representations, we took you for your word, and we wanted to give you a chance. And the things that we were really concerned about, access for teens to this club based on its history, promoters taking over, thereby you having less control of the location. All those things were violated, and what resulted was a 16-year-old who had to be taken to the hospital. You know, the incident with her mother causing a scene outside. These are natural consequences of all the things that we were worried about when we gave you that chance. And so at this time, it really wouldn't, I wouldn't feel right if I let you walk back out with this license active. You know, so I have to vote to summarily suspend your license at this time, and then we'll proceed from there.
Pursuant to SAPA 401.
Pursuant to SAPA 401, you know, the public safety, health, welfare is in danger based on the actions that you've taken, and so I have to vote to summarily suspend this license.
I'm going to vote this to suspend as well, and I want to add to what he said that the Clarkstown Police Department is even more concerned than we are, and they sent not one letter, but I have two letters from them, and they point out not just the 16-year-old drunk in the bar incident, but they also point out multiple incidents in the past 2 weeks, and their letters dated May 3rd. So within 2 weeks of May 3rd, one involving the underage female, a fight between patrons outside the club, a disorderly patron, and a felony assault resulting in a serious physical injury to the victim, as well as numerous noise ordinance complaints. You got your license in the, I believe, the middle of April, and this letter is written to me on May 3rd.
May I say something?
Well, no, because your time to talk was when you told us that you were going to have communions and confirmation parties.
I don't have those. I have the contract for it. But as far as the police came over there, they came twice for the child, and they came again when that person, when we call the ambulance, was leaving the premises. So they didn't really come for any complaints.
I mean, one man was injured so badly that he has bleeding on the brain, and that was a patron at your club, from what I'm being told by the police.
That was 4:30. We was closed. The man discharged from the hospital the day after.
We have numerous
Police station, and then I didn't speak to him personally. He said he want my business there, but he don't like big crowds. He said, open earlier and we'll be fine. We want you there. I'm looking for places to move up there with my children.
The police department in Clarkstown is recommending we should consider very strongly whether we should grant you a permanent license, and that they believe that the safety and welfare of the community is at risk. And as Commissioner Kim pointed out, and we pointed out to you when you were here the last time, this place has a very, very serious history behind it, and it appears that you're just running the same type of establishment. So I'm gonna summarily suspend as well. Yes.
With regard to those letters, we requested any letters that came in, and we were told that nothing had come in whatsoever, that they were just phone calls. So
I don't know. I mean, I just get this when we're going to hearings, so I don't know what you've requested or who, but you certainly can have. If you have a FOIL request, then we'll certainly give it to you.
And with regard to the history of the place, the license was revoked in June of 2001. That was, 2011.
That's correct.
Which was about 5 years ago, and there have been intervening tenants in between.
But none of these problems happened with the intervening tenants because they weren't serving alcohol. I mean, you're running a club, and that was not what you told us you were going to be running.
Lounge is not a club.
Oh.
And
But we can give you. We'll make sure you get a copy of those letters as soon as possible. Yeah, you can have mine. Yep.
Yes, please.
And I have another one. You can have that. That's the one that came in yesterday, I think.
There are reports also attached to this, because we also requested reports, which
That I don't know if I.
None of it's in compliance, none of it came our way, it's all with licensing.
There's no reason.
No.
Here's a case report and incident. It just came, they literally just came, I think. I'm not sure.
my son is just not aware of any fights in the premises.
Never have any
and anything
fights.
that was referred to here happened outside after hours. At that point, they were effectively trespassing.
All I can tell you is what they've told us, which is obviously we have a big concern for the safety and welfare of the people, particularly when there's a 16-year-old girl that was clearly intoxicated and had to be hospitalized.
Slash, I'm going to call the next case.
Thank you.
1137C, 2349 Broadway Liquor.
Good afternoon, members. Martin Mailer of Mailer and Buscemi. I understand, I understand his opposition, so I'll wait until they go.
Charles Lynn for the opposition. I represent Angelin Z. Inc., which is the closest store to the applicant, and Solomon and S. Inc., which is the third store closest to the applicant. And I believe there is counsel here also for Dia Inc., who's the second closest store to the applicant. My clients are here today.
So the question, Angela and Z, they were originally here and they moved.
They had moved, yes.
0.1 miles away, 2 blocks away? One
block.
1 block?
Yeah.
2 blocks? All right, I'll say 1.5 for argument's sake. Okay.
Applicant's premises is 2349 Broadway in Astoria. There are 9 stores within 0.4 miles of applicant. I put the area survey as Exhibit 1, which will give you a better visual perspective of all the stores that are surrounding this applicant. Angelin Z is just 520 feet from applicant, and Dia at 30-08 Broadway is just 963 feet from applicant, and they were just licensed November 19, 2013, and is basically a wine boutique exclusively selling New York and biodynamic wines. You also have Miani Wine and Liquor, which is just 1 block off of Broadway, which is 1,150 feet from applicant, and Astoria Wine, also on Broadway, 2,062 feet from applicant. So you have variably 3 stores exactly on Broadway, and then 1 store that's pretty much a block off of Broadway. As far as the other stores, Crescent Wines and Spirits, just 0.4 miles away from the applicant on 30th Avenue, was just licensed recently also on September 21, 2014. And finally, Grand Wines and Liquor.
Which one was that one?
Crescent Wines and Spirits. It's on the
what's the address?
Proximity map as 23-40 30th Avenue.
And that was licensed in when?
in September 21st, 2014. It's on the SLA's proximity map as listing as the sixth closest store.
December 18th.
And then also finally you have Grand Wines and Liquors, which is a landmark Battipaglia store at 31st Street, just 0.4 miles away. That applicant's been there for, I believe, over 40 years. As far as sales figures, I think that you see that 4 of the 5 stores have either decreasing sales or stagnant sales. They bob back and forth, but pretty much stagnant. And Diaz, being licensed in November 2013, just has the 2 years of sales. As far as population, on zip code 11106, I have as part of my Exhibit 3, shows a 9.87 decrease, a decrease in population.
How much?
9.87. It's part of my Exhibit
From when to
3 for the census period 2000 to 2010. And then I have another part of my Exhibit 3 that shows that population estimate, shows a further 6% decline for the period 2010 to 2013. I believe Public Convenience and Advantage will not be served by licensing another liquor store in an area that is currently saturated with stores, whose population is significantly decreasing, and has the 4 closest stores all showing decreasing or stagnant sales, and 2 stores have just been recently issued. 2 licenses have just been recently issued.
Okay, thank you.
Joseph Levy here on behalf of Dia Inc., the second closest store. The application before you for a liquor store is on Broadway. As Mr. Lin mentioned previously, there are 3 other stores on Broadway. But very close to this particular location, we have one store that's only a block and a half away on the same avenue, and we have this store, which is 6.5 blocks away on the same avenue, and these are not huge blocks. This license was just granted slightly over 2 years ago, opened in, I believe, December of 13. When we were here to get that license, we actually came back from multiple meetings to make a showing that the neighborhood could even support our store. And the way we did that was by giving the Liquor Authority a list of products that weren't available locally that we were going to carry, by committing to sell more New York State and biodynamic products, and also by offering the fact that the owner of the store, who's there most every day, speaks 3 languages. And there are different populations, or there are different sects of the different populations who actually don't speak English that well, and this would be a great amenity for them. So again, we had to come back multiple times for that just 2 years ago. This is not an area that's increasing tremendously, if at all, in population or development or new buildings or things like that. And it's an area that was densely populated previously. You can see by the sales from the 4 closest stores that these are pretty humble sales. And they, like Mr. Lin said, they bob up and down, but for the most part, they're pretty stagnant.
What's, and you're,
Dia.
right, but he specializes in wines mostly?
Well, it's a liquor store.
What's his situation with Greek wines? Does he carry in a lot of Greek wines?
I have someone from the store here who can
Okay.
speak to inventory.
And Mr. Lin did oppose
Hi, good morning.
this
My name is
application
Bruno.
as
I'm on
well.
behalf of Dia. I work there. And yes, we do have a specific section for Greek wines. Yeah, we do carry not only regular Greek wines but wines from like neighborhood regions and a few organic and biodynamic.
Approximately how many would be considered Greek-based wines?
We never have less than 15. We rotate because we don't have a lot of space, but we never have less than 15 available at the store.
Okay. And Mr. Lin, you want to answer that question too, I take it?
Just since council had mentioned that I had opposed this store 2 years ago, same clients. There was a grave concern about Public Convenience and Advantage. They did show, apparently, to the board that they would be offering different product than the other stores had. And again, I had mentioned organic and biodynamic. I forget exactly what it was, but there was a grave concern about public convenience advantage. They were able to show that they did have a different type of operation, and I believe that was the reason why the board approved it at that time.
And what's your client's Greek wine? Do they carry a lot of Greek?
I don't know if they carry.
I have.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
I have a great sign posted there too. My store have a lot of great wine, also Japanese wine.
Or
a lot of
approximately how many Greek wines?
I think over the 15.
15?
Yeah.
Okay.
Over the 15.
Were you done, Mr. Levy? I'm sorry.
The only other thing I was going to offer is that the nature and character of all these stores in the neighborhood are they're small shops. They're 500 square feet, 600 square feet, things like that. So they kind of complement each other and work well together. But as you can see from the sales, no one is really exploding here. No one's got super significant sales. But you know, the mix that's there currently seems to be serving the community well and complementing each other.
Okay.
And I would just like to complement that with Battipaglia store that's on in the area, just 0.4 miles, has been a landmark store there for many, many years, servicing that neighborhood on top of all these other new stores and small boutiques that are there.
Which one is the one you just mentioned?
Brand, it's been there for
For
ages.
eons.
It's a mega store.
Oh, okay.
Good afternoon.
Are your clients here?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I originally put a letter in support of the application back in March of this year, and we seem to be talking about a tale of two cities. As I pointed out, the explosion of new housing that has taken place over the past couple of years in that area is incredible. There are over 1,265 new units, of which we pointed them all out by showing the actual buildings and showing the actual number of people in all of those buildings. It seems rather odd that there's a protest from a store that's been around for 2 years. If anything, it proves my point. It went from $65,000 in 1 month in December of 2013 to $960,000 in 2 years, an increase of $900,000. That shows that this is an area that wants new wines and can support more and more.
He went from
68,000 to 966.
Yeah, but 68,000 was in a month and a half.
The point being, that's right. It was a hit the minute it opened up. It showed increasing.
Well,
sales.
that was a holiday season, but go ahead.
But the point is, it's gone up $900,000. It went, let's say, from zero to $960,000. Actually, it did it the year before, about $950,000 or $940,000. So this is proof positive that this area warrants another store. In terms of
well, how do you explain the other stores then? Because the other stores are either flat or decreased significantly.
Now, that's not true either in terms of Angela, which is down the block, which went from $825,000 to over $1 million. True, between 2014 and 2015, there may have been a little bit of a drop, so we'll say that's flat.
Well, I mean, 2013 through 2015, they're down $5,000.
From 2013?
Yeah.
No.
2013, they were at $1,036,000, and in 2015, they're at $1,031,000.
Yeah, but they went from $825,000.
Correct, but that's flat to me.
Okay, it's not flat. I'm not arguing that there's been an increase there, but they're just a general store that doesn't really carry any specialties. In terms of the other two of the four stores that are closest, they're bulletproof stores, and I would submit that is not.
Which ones are bulletproof stores?
I have this all in my letter of December of.
Maybe your client knows.
Well, no, it's wait. I can,
all right, Miani is a bulletproof you have here.
And so is, I believe, Solomon's.
Solomon is bulletproof.
Yeah. So those are the four closest stores. Now, Mr. Lin has this habit of drawing a map. The map goes straight through buildings, and now he brings up. Excuse
For
me?
the record, I like his maps.
I know you do, but I mean, we're talking about the city of New York. We're not talking about flying over buildings or driving for that matter. As I've submitted a letter on on May 6th in response to Mr. Lynn's letter. I would hope that it was passed to the commissioners. And I showed the walking distances of all these stores, and we're talking about 0.6 of a mile, 0.7 of a mile. We're not talking about these straight line within a half-mile distances that he would have you believe. But the most incredible part about what we're talking about here is this alleged decrease in population. What I do is I get a professional to map out it goes in a 1/4 mile, half-mile, and 1 mile radius, a circle, which, by the way, covers more than the 11106 area code that Mr. Lynn is talking about. So I have increases of 6-7%. Either take it a 1/4 mile, take it a half-mile, take it a mile. Increases of 6%.
Well, and that was what, and that was my question. First of all, to be clear, we do have your letter. We did receive it, and I did read it. And you're throwing population numbers in here, and I see where you're getting them from, but some of them are you're basing some of your numbers on a mile radius, which I think is
what I did was in my May 6th letter, I made it very clear because I'll match apples for apples with Mr. Lynn. I went out I took the half mile. There's a 1/4 mile, half mile, and 1 mile, just to show you what the population density of the area is. If you take the half mile, which is what I again included in my May 6th letter.
What about the 1/4 mile? Give me a 1/4
Okay,
mile.
I have the 1/4 mile as well. In a 1/4 mile, but that, you see, if
Well,
I
1/4
take-
and a half mile. I'll take both.
Okay. In terms of
They're
the
both about
1/4
the
mile,
same.
which is less than what Mr. Lynn wants to go out. Yeah, I'll give you the numbers.
it's like 6%, right?
6% increase.
Right.
Right. So if you got a
It's in
1/4
his-
mile,
right
it's
here,
more
you're
than
on it.
6% increases too. But let's just take Mr.
Well, I
Lynn's.
calculated it
Where-
the other night.
like where?
This is the half mile.
The retail trade.
No, total population.
Trade. Oh, I see what you're saying.
See?
Okay, got it.
So you subtract
got
it
it.
here, and then I got another 6% here.
2010
and
to
this is the
2015.
1/4 mile right here is
Here to
11
here.
to 12.
These are actual figures that were just computed, not something that stops in 2013, which Mr. Lynn conveniently does. But just to take it one step further, I just went on the computer yesterday, and last week, and using his 11106 number, zip code, there's been an increase of 5,000 people from the number he had in 2013. So that makes it a staggering 16% increase. But it makes sense. These houses that I point out in the March 17th letter didn't exist when all of this other material came out. I didn't believe it myself. I then went into the area with my client, went around the 3-block radius, and I was floored by the amount of housing. You can ask the Angela people. They're constructing a 65-unit building directly across the street from her. I saw it. There's another one down the block, another 65-unit building. I show you all of these things. But then the final thing about what we're talking about, and again, what we plan on doing in this space is specializing in an area that's underrepresented.
Well, that's why I asked that question. You focus on Greek wines, but it sounds like it's not underrepresented.
With all due respect, we had somebody go in those stores, and I gave you exact numbers of the amounts of Greek and New York wines in most of those stores. That's in the March 17th letter. So I mean, where they start talking about 15.
Well, I know from what Mr. Levy's telling me, DIA has stipulations that they have to carry. What was the percentage?
But DIA's.
New York wines. So that.
No, but I'm not questioning their New York wine outlet, but we're.
Well, that's what you're talking about. Your store is going to carry is New York and Greek.
And Greek, yeah, the Greek is completely underrepresented in an area that's traditionally Greek, and I show you the.
I just find that so hard to believe.
Well,
because you walk around and every restaurant is Greek. So I don't.
No, exactly right. But look at it. We went into those stores, and one had 3, one had 5. The numbers that they're talking about just don't match up with what
So what
they're
are you
saying
proposing?
today.
How many? I know you're saying Greek in New York, but how many Greek wines are you going to have?
Well, the total between the two will be roughly 50% of the store.
total between the two, but what about just Greek wines? How many SKUs of Greek wines?
Well, all right, I asked before, there'll be approximately 300 SKUs throughout the store, of which one half will be either New York or Greek.
Right, but what
So
about just
breaking it
Greek?
down,
Just
all right,
break
breaking it
down
down
Greek.
to just Greek wines,
So out of 150, what are we
it
talking?
would be about 75 SKUs would be.
There's
would be-
75 Greek wines, and everyone else here, you're saying, Dia says 3 Greek wines here, Solomon 3 Greek wines, Angela and Z 5 Greek wines, Miani 3 Greek wines.
And
they're
they
gonna
just both told us they have 15 each.
One can say whatever one wants. We actually went in the store and saw them, and I have pictures of what we saw. So one can say
And you guys
whatever
are going to offer 75 Greek
Well,
wines.
I'm giving an estimate based on the 50%. We haven't set the store up yet, so I can't give you an exact
No,
number
well,
at the
I'm
moment,
not.
But I'm giving
all
you.
right, fine. Roughly, over 50. How about that?
I'm sorry, what?
Over 50 Greek wines?
Yeah,
Over
we could
50
say
Greek
that,
wines.
yeah. We could say that. But again, all of the numbers that are being tossed around here are two different types of numbers. We have increases of 6%. He has a decrease of 9%. We have somebody, they're talking about flat sales.
That's why we're here. We get to parse all that out.
Yes, you do. It's just absolutely amazing. And Mr. Lynn has this other remarkable ability to start talking about stores that number 6, number 7, number 8, number 9, without any sales figures. I can tell you that, as Ms. Flug can tell you, that Grand is a mega store. And it's a
I'm on
multi-mega
Grant's website right now, and they have well over 50 Greek wines on their website.
But Grand is not really within that area. It is according to Mr. Lynn, is the 8th closest store. I had it walked out through Google. It's about a 15-minute walk. So it's not even close to that store. Yet Mr. Lynn decides, well, that'll be one of the stores we will be talking about.
I think when anybody talks about Astoria, they talk about Grand.
Right, but it's okay. If we're going to talk about Astoria, it has a total population of 145,000 people. It's 4 zip codes. I mean, sure, you can take these things and throw them any way they want. What we have here is a traditional New York neighborhood, a neighborhood in Queens that is a walking area. If you really want to get into it, the stores that are close, the Angela store and the other store are the stores that are closer to the subway, which is a tremendous boost for those stores as opposed to our store.
I mean, you realize you keep focusing on the opposition, and obviously there is strong opposition for this. But the problem I'm having with this is that you're telling me that she's going to have Greek and New York wines.
Correct.
And I've just heard from them that there are Greek wines. I know Dia is required to carry a certain amount. If they're not, they're going to end up in trouble.
But Dia just said
my point being that you haven't really dealt with the fact, which is my biggest concern, is the sales. The sales of their surrounding stores are not, and Mr. Levy pointed this out, and he was right, they're not robust. They're flat or decreasing, which does not indicate a need for another store to me.
How can Mr. Levy say that? Look at the sales number for his store.
No, but
they go from $68,000 to
No, they go
$900,000.
from 910 to 966. The first year is 2 months.
Okay, but so what?
So I think Mr. Miller's argument, which I can see, is that there's additional $900,000.
Yes.
And I added up all the losses from 13 to 15 for the other 4 closest stores, and it comes out to about 130, 140,000. But the fact that there's 966,000 of new money that came in means that overall net, there's about $800,000 more of alcohol that's been sold since 2013. I think that's what he's trying to
And not only that, again,
convey,
I would
which,
discount, this
you know.
is the other part. I mean, since we're talking about what these stores are doing, I would discount completely the bulletproof stores. They are from another era. They're not very appealing to the eye. I mean, I don't want to cast aspersions.
Are
upon
there
the other
two?
stores.
Are there of the 5 that we're talking about, that I'm talking about? Are there just 2 of them that are bulletproof?
2 of the 4, yeah, of the 4 closest, 2 are
2
bulletproof.
of the larger ones.
And they're doing over $500,000. They have a certain clientele. It's not going to come. It's not going to go. It's not going to change. That's just the type
And
of.
Peter Wine and Liquor is open?
Peter is the 5th store?
Yes.
Yeah, it is open. It's a very small store. It's I think a total of about 400 square feet. It's not really in the area. It's about a 12-minute walk from where this store is. But may I just point out one other thing? I have here one of the things you talk about, just talking about the other stores. I have here the licensee has hired, and I just got the PQ this morning, the expert that will be dealing with the Greek and New York wines. If you'd like her to speak as to what will be offered in this store, she's here. So
No, I mean, if anything, we're going to require a certain amount because that's what you're
fine.
emphasizing. But what's the retail space of this 1425 square feet?
This one?
Yeah.
It's the retail, the selling space, the upper. The
Is this
main
one
floor
story,
is
no basement?
The upper floor is approximately 1,000 square feet. It's a little
1,000?
irregular shape, and the basement's I think 425 square feet.
Sure.
First
Can
of
you
all-
address the population numbers that he has
Yes,
opposed
that's
to yours?
one of the
too?
things.
Okay, good.
Just as far as footprint, with 1,000 square feet is probably twice the size of 3 or 4 of the stores in the area. Secondly, and more importantly, 900,000 of sales in a store that was just opened 2 years ago took the surplus or whatever an additional took that market. In addition to that, Crescent, which is the 6th closest store, which is less than 0.4 miles, just got licensed in November 2014, which may take even more of that surplus. We don't know what the outstanding market surplus is going to be in this area because we don't have a history on it. What we do have a history on is those stores that have been there for quite a few years, and their sales figures are stagnant.
No, but I didn't understand his argument, and Commissioner Kim made it a little clearer for me. There is, based on adding what's going on here up, and it does make sense, there's 800,000 extra stores here, extra sales here.
And the ones going down are the 2 bulletproof stores. In particular, the 2 flat ones are open.
Specialized in an area that was somewhat limited, being Greek wines and organic wines, so they drew from that amount, inventory as well, but that's what Dia is also doing. So how much of a surplus can you have?
Who's doing
in just
that besides Dia? Who are you saying?
Dia and my client said she had between 15 and 20 SKUs of Greek wines.
She said 15, but okay.
And we know that
Yeah, but they're not, your client's not, what his point was is that store came in at the end of 2013 and in 2 years got $900,000, and the other stores are not hurt $900,000. They're hurt about 150.
Right. And the
Crescent
population
came in
so
on
that's why
top.
to me the population increase is really important because starting 2013, if your number is right that there's actually been a decrease, then it bolsters your argument. But if Mr. Miller is right that there's actually been a 5-6% increase and all these new developments coming online, then it suggests that not only was there that 800,000 additional net surplus, but that there could be more coming online. So that's what I'm trying to
And then
understand.
there's a question of credibility on figures, not Mr. Mail and myself, but mine are the Census Bureau figures for 2000 and 2010 and an estimate for 2010, 2013. I can't comment on whether they're correct or not correct, but they are the census figures.
So I'm going to look up my census figures on 2015.
May I say something else in connection with what's going on here today and what goes on most of the time? As somebody who has been around this for a long, long time, what we have this morning are 4 competing stores attempting to keep their turf. And what used to happen, one of the reasons for the 4 closest store approach, if you will, from the New York State Liquor Authority stems from something that took place a long, long time ago. There used to be 2 things, well, there were many things. First of all, there were distance limits or minimums between stores. That went out the window a long time ago. I cite the case, I cite the Moreland Commission. But there was something else that went along with it. When this all started, there were 2 things, one known as MCRP and the other known as 12%. What used to happen in the market was the wholesalers controlled the minimum price that a retailer could sell at, guaranteeing them a certain profit regardless of what was going on. 12% being the spirits, MCRP, minimum consumer resale price, being the wines. This was all declared unconstitutional many years ago. The whole idea in those days was not to overstimulate the market. The idea was that they were afraid if stores weren't controlled in a better fashion, they'd go under the MCRP. They would go under the 12%, and the authority never had the manpower to go after things like that. All of that is out the window. You're not standing here when 4 pizza places are around and the 5th pizza place wants to open, get a wine and beer license. You're not here when another bodega or grocery wants to go along. This is something that's been at the Liquor Authority for, well, I've been here for 42 years, and it's gone on beyond that. But when it started, the purpose was to stop the potential illegal acts on the part of licensees for going under these numbers.
But now what happens when there are too many liquor stores and you need to make a sale? If a 19-year-old comes in, you're going to sell to them. And that's my concern.
And mine too, but if you really want to go down the road of liquor stores, it's the bodegas that for the most part sell to under 21. I mean, these stores, how many sales to minors have they had? It doesn't.
Well, that I don't know.
No, but the point.
No,
being,
we don't.
I don't want to cast aspersions upon it. I would say that they don't have sales to minors for the most part. Liquor stores don't.
And then the other,
That's not to say
no,
that
and
they don't.
but there's other things they could start doing, and you're fully aware of them as well. I mean, they could go down to Delaware and start buying liquor, which we've seen increasing, particularly in the New York City area.
If we want to go down that road, and again, I'm not casting aspersions on an existing store, that fifth store has gross sales of $300,000. Let's break that down. If let's say their markup was about 33%, that means that $200,000 of the $300,000 they gross came from purchases of alcohol from hopefully from New York wholesalers. From that, let's just say that their rent was about $5,000 a month. So that would take it to another $60,000 in just rent. We have to figure they have employees. You have to figure their lights go on. So what are they netting there? About $25,000? They're giving you numbers of $300,000. You're accepting those numbers. I'm not a forensic expert in any of this thing, but let's just understand.
Well, we have to accept these numbers because these are the tax return numbers. If they're lying,
they're not. The way this works, so that we all understand, is that an investigator sends the notice out to those stores. Then they fill the numbers in. That's how it works.
And so we understand, particularly in the Astoria area, Brooklyn, Queens, we get numerous applications a year for the same areas, where this guy's going to be asked numerous times a year what his sales numbers are, and we have caught people who don't remember what they sent us before.
But that's the point.
And then they get referred to the DA's office.
That's fine with me. All I'm saying is I have hard facts. I have data that's up to date. The data shows a 6% increase in the population. Even using the numbers that were given to you, the newest store that is in the area proves my point. It went from $0 to $960,000 in 2 years. And as Commissioner Kim has pointed out, it hasn't really hurt the sales of the other stores. They're flat. You have 2 stores that are bulletproof. They shouldn't be in this equation. We're going to have a clean, lit, well-represented store with an expert in Greek and New York wines, and that's what we plan on. As a matter of fact, I mean, just so you understand, the DBA of the premises wasn't established. I've now been told what it's going to be. It's going to be called New York Farmers Market of Wines and Spirits. So we want to emphasize that we are going to be a New York store.
So
New York Farmers
do
Market.
you guys have anything else to add? I mean, and Mr. Lynn, I don't know if you've seen it, but he didn't make up his population numbers. They did come from what appears to be legitimate. Whether they're accurate or not, I'm sure he can't attest to either.
Neither did I, but they were the census figures.
Right.
And I just want to point out, because Commissioner Rosen used to emphasize this will be the 5th store on the same street or avenue. Veritably, the one going north is like a block and a half off, but as you walk down Broadway, it's right there. So, public convenience and advantage, you have the stores all on Broadway right there.
Okay.
Just last quick point from me. 2 years ago, when we came here to get the license for DIA, we indicated that we thought there was a need for this type of store. And we were happy to make representations, sign stipulations, and stick to the plan that we set forth and said, we think there's a real need for this. This doesn't exist in the neighborhood. And we were right. And you can see that in our sales. And Chairman, I'm happy you made the correction that, the increase from 14 to 15 is 5%. It's not tremendous here. And it was 1 month and it was holiday season. But we had this right, and we knew there was an open space for what we wanted to do. What you've heard today is a lot of comments about how the opposition's cases are not necessarily on point or correct, but as far as actual public convenience and advantage being served by this new store, I didn't hear a whole lot of it. Great, New York wines, Greek wines. You've heard representations from 2 stores that they're 15 each Greek wines, and you know that we have stipulations for a certain
I
amount
heard
of.
15 and 8, but Dia here, they're claiming only has 3 Greek wines and 8 New York wines. Is that?
Well, I mean, he just said 35 to 40%.
I know.
Before.
Yeah, no, I said that Greek wines, we have a list of 25, and you rotate 15 in a store.
And what about
Yeah.
New York wines?
You rotate actually the double, and you rotate around 20 to 30, yeah. But
How
always
many
because we
total?
don't have
How many
space.
total wines do you have? SKUs do you have?
I'd say more than 300 for sure.
All right. Well, but then you're violating your stipulation, right? If your stipulation says a third of
Yeah, but I'm counting.
New York and
I'm
Greek.
counting hard liquor too. Because hard liquor you have a lot. So.
Right, I'm just saying you have to
wines.
adhere
Only wines is
to
way less. Yeah, it's way less.
All right, you have to adhere to your stipulation as well. That's my point. All right.
I understand one other.
Sure.
Speaking.
The attorneys said, I don't have the business that they're open. I don't decrease too much, but still hurt me. The other one, I must explore my business. Why I not decrease too much? Because I have a lot of clients. They are working in the Midtown, Manhattan, and they have last night, one lady, she have the fashion show. She ordered to me 450, I have a lot of customer like this kind of customer. And every holiday season coming, I have a lot of great wine. Like one lady, she opened the store in the Diana business in the Manhattan too. And one is the school on the Brooklyn. He is my client, is that way. And every year I have donation a lot of wine for this. They are trace donation for their. That's why every time they have a big party order to me, and I have a low price for gift there because they have a lot perfect party. That's why I don't have decreased too much. It's not Estonia, the people population increase. He is wrong. I very, it's not 2 years ago. It's already just a few block, 1 block. It's already opened to school already. So if the new store open again, it's really hurt to me because my store is small on the middle, and near the train is there. And new store is cut to me again because he says new population is not near to where. Their building is already there. Near is to the William Boulevard. They have another building coming out, but they have new liquor store coming out too. Their new liquor store is already heard at Solomon. Solomon, that's why increase.
Okay.
I hold masters thinking about that.
Okay.
Thank you, Henry.
Mr. Chairman, we could go on all day.
No, we're not
No, we're
going
not.
to.
I'm ready.
Just gonna say, I don't want to go on.
You
all
can
day.
go on all day, but you can take it in the
No,
hallway.
I don't want to take it, but we have a new store that will be offering different products. We will adhere to your stipulations. I've proven there's an increase in population. I've shown.
We've heard all this. We've heard all this.
So
we're
really-
done.
So here's my.
Unless Commissioner Kim has a
no,
question. Go
I'm
ahead.
going to rule. So, we let everybody have their say because it's not such a clear black and white instance as it is in some other cases. I do agree that there has been an increase in the volume of sales. Approximately net 800,000 or so. My issue, though, I think goes to the public convenience and advantage in terms of actual access to the different types of wines within this kind of walking community. The fact that Angela and Z used to be at this location and only moved a block and a half, 2 blocks, however you want to call it, and the fact that there are several stores on the same street or right off it, I think doesn't necessarily, the adding of this store doesn't add the public convenience and advantage I was looking for.
Can I just say one thing with respect to
Yeah, sure, go ahead.
Broadway is the commercial hub. It's the side blocks that are the residential. So
Right.
that's why you wouldn't have it on a side block.
Right.
You would have it on the commercial hub. And on top of that, you are now taking in more than the 4 closest stores. There are only 2 stores in Broadway within the 4 closest. The others are on different blocks. So I mean, saying that there are 5 within, have them, whatever the number is.
No, I'm not taking 5. I'm just taking, there's 2 others on Broadway.
That's it. 2 others on
Right,
Broadway,
but that's,
both
but
closest.
within 0.1 is one and 0.2 miles is the other. So
And they-
anyway, the point is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I have 5 stores within 0.4 miles. I do, the 2 bulletproof out of the 4 closest made me think about this more. Initially, your numbers of population increase, Mr. Lin is right about the census. You're right if
I
you
use the census
trust,
too.
no, but if you trust the company that did your numbers, so there may be a slight uptick, but I will go beyond the 4 stores, and with Crescent opening up as well in 2014, I think we do need to see these numbers play out a little bit more. And just, 1.5 blocks away from an existing store at this time, I don't think is warranted to, and it won't add any public convenience and advantage, so I vote to deny.
I'm going to vote to deny too, and this was probably the hardest one I've done since I've been here. I mean, there's 2 bulletproof stores, and I agree with you that they're certainly not something that we're trying to promote. It is a bygone era, but I look at the sales numbers of all the stores, and even though there clearly is at least $750,000 of new sales over the last 2 years in this area, the other stores are all flat. And the other stores to this location, there's 3 stores that are within 0.2 miles or less, and there's 4 stores within 0.3 miles or less, and that's just a short walk by over a few blocks, and I just don't see the need for another one at this time, even with, and I'll give you your population numbers having gone up 6%, and that development is occurring. I just don't know that there's any more convenience to be added at this time until we see how these numbers play out, like Commissioner Kim said, so I'm going to vote to deny as well.
Thank you.
1120 Daddy Locos.
Francis Buscemi for the licensee.
They're canceled.
This is an offer for the record of cancellation.
okay. All right, I
If I
accept.
can just bring up, I became aware there were 3 other cases that came after this case that have never been addressed.
I believe that's correct.
11566, 600, and 745. And I just found out about them. I'd like to include it just to wrap it up. There are no appeals pending. It's already
Okay,
canceled,
all right.
closed.
Can we add those in as just canceled?
You can add them to the calendar. And
Just- All right.
cancel on them.
Okay.
Thank you.
Sure.
Do you want to put a stop on the location?
Yes.
This was after the place before it was Bedrock, so this is the second.
Okay, yes.
$10.41 Hing Liquors.
This is a CNC for cancellation as well. There have been a number of sale to minors and I
Okay.
think 2 or 3 sale after hours.
Cancellation and bond offer accept.
Accept.
Have a good day.
Thank you, you too.
1086 Wine Express.
Mark Coslow from Buckman Law Firm. So we have here is a removal.
Are there any,
application. Oh, I'm sorry.
is there, oh, no, that's all right. Are there any protesters here? Okay, go ahead. Mr. Kozlow, is this, we have 500 square foot of actual retail space and the rest of it is warehouse internet sales?
That's correct. It's actually smaller than it was previously.
Why are they moving here?
Landlord Just they can't, the place they have, you just given them a upgraded license to a liquor and wine at the other location. So they can conduct some internet sales for the spirits as well, that keeps some spirits as well. That location wasn't that long ago, but they now have to vacate that location. They're seeking a new location, still in the Westchester area.
But
Initially, they
why are they vacating though? Is that they get thrown out, the lease up?
Lease is up. Lease is up.
And why, so the lease is up and he wants them out, or the landlord tried to increase the rent significantly, or you don't know?
I don't know exactly, no. I do know that at one time they were in Hawthorne, New York. That was in 2003. They moved from Hawthorne to Mount Kisco, where they are now, and now they moved from Mount Kisco out to Valhalla.
Okay.
Well, what percentage of their sales is actually in store?
I did put in the letter which you received, but it's 1.2%. The average from 2003 to now, the average over the entire period of time is probably under 1% per year.
And their new store will only have 500 square feet, right?
That is correct.
Yeah, all right.
And they really, I mean, the reason why they have the store the setup as it is back in 2003 when they first obtained the locations, it was a catalog business. You didn't have internet sales, and it was a new concept. So, in fact, actually, even earlier, they started in the late 1990s, a new concept. They were one of the earliest stores to even engage in the process, and it was something new to liquor authorities. The liquor authority demanded a certain amount of space to be used for walk-in sales. Okay, we've maintained that, and as we've gone from place to place, we've always maintained a position of having the sales up front, store and sales, the window, the whole bit, to make sure we comply with liquor authority minimum requirements. They will maintain those minimum requirements. When they move to the new spot, same thing again.
Okay, all right, I vote to approve.
I approve.
Thank you very much.
1109 and 1110, Saugerties Best Liquors.
Good afternoon to the board. Mayor Fakuri, Saugerties Best Wine and Liquor, Mandeep Singh, present. We entered a no contest plea on this matter. We submitted a hardship letter with 19 letters of recommendation from the community, and we would ask this board to accept a mitigating offer of $25,000 as a penalty.
I have a question. I'm trying to understand. So the licensee bought the business from the previous licensee who was running the business, correct? And
That's
then
correct.
the licensee, after buying the business, just allowed the former owner and his or her and the spouse to just run the business and also have exclusive access to the corporate account as if they had never sold the business.
Commissioner Kimmett, you're correct on that, but what happened was they did a corporate change, which right from the beginning, it was my opinion that should have been just a straight sale, not a corporate change. Given his inexperience, he went along with it and followed the instructions of the seller, which he thought they were, in his best interest, following somebody who knows the business. He signed a promissory note that he was supposed to pay them, so what they did was to secure the money getting paid for the inventory and the shares, they kept control of the accounts. Unbeknownst to him, that's not supposed to happen. Again, I know you guys hear this a lot about inexperience, but in this case, it was his inexperience that really hurt him in this matter. On all different occasions, the investigators that showed up, I have counted over 5 of them, he was always present and he was always in control of the store on every single occasion. On January 14th, the 23rd, February, May, June. So it wasn't that they went in there and they saw the old owner running it or the old owner's spouse. He was there running the business.
Well, the old owner's spouse was in there quite frequently too, right?
He was there, and the reason why, and I
Did
asked
they own
him-
another store?
He did own another store in Queens, which...
Who did?
The old
Which one?
owner's spouse.
Lakwinder Singh?
No,
or
that was
Gurinder Singh? Who owned the...
Gurinder Singh was the spouse.
And he owned a store in Queens?
In the city, correct. So what happened was, Lakwinder Singh, which initially I did her application to open up this location in Saugerties, she was supposed to move up to Saugerties, run this business. She had a medical emergency. I really can't disclose it. She ended up having to sell and moving back down to the city, at which point her husband stepped in and facilitated the sale and making sure that they were going to get paid their money for the inventory and the promissory note. and they kept control, thinking that that was the smartest thing to do.
Well, the problem is that if everyone could use that argument,
I know.
everybody could have 2 stores.
I understand.
And that's the problem here.
And then, and there's I don't even know whether I believe what your clients told you. I mean, because at this point, he's told you that there was a loan, but he told us there was a loan. Then we talked to somebody else, and the loan was double what he told us it was. So,
Chairman,
I mean, what this looks like to me is money laundering, and I don't know for what reason or who, but you had people on access on bank accounts that had supposedly nothing to do with the business who were making withdrawals, and Lord knows what they were doing with the money.
The sale of the business from the old owners, again, which we have nothing to do with, they owed money to certain people when they did the business. That has nothing to do with my client.
So they went into his account and took money out?
No, they kept control of the account, which he did not know that that's not supposed to happen, which I explained that to him.
So let me get this straight. He thinks he owns a store. He's doing sales in the store.
Correct.
He's depositing money into an account, a business account, that he knows he does not have sole control over. They're taking money out for a significant period of time, not telling him where it's going or who it's going to, and he doesn't think that's a problem.
They did inform him where the money was going, and he did have online access to the accounts. But again, his mistake was he let them keep control, thinking that this was the way it was going to happen as long as they secured their interest that he owed them the money. That was his mindset during the whole process. Again, the sellers misled him, and I know it's going to sound funny me saying this, but he is kind of a victim in the sale of this business. I know it looks really bad on paper. I explained to him the whole situation.
The investigations began of complaints of co-op buying. And we have information as well that your client was dealing with wholesalers.
I'm sorry, what was that? I couldn't.
Your client was dealing with wholesalers on behalf of the store.
What does that mean, dealing with wholesalers on behalf of
Placing orders, acting as the owner
him?
of the store.
Isn't he supposed to?
I'm sorry that the...
If he's the store
That the other guy. No, the guy that wasn't the owner.
The other person.
Yeah, Gurinder.
So are we investigating the Queens store that they own as well?
I don't know which store that is.
This would be the availing.
Yeah, Gurinder has nothing to do with Gurinder Singh's location in Queens.
Gurinder Singh? We should be.
Do you know the address of the store or the
I do not.
name of the store?
I do not, I'm sorry. I just know it's somewhere in, I think, Queens.
I'm ready for that.
No. All right. Look,
again.
I understand there might have been some lack of knowledge on what this is, but the extent to what happened, the following blindly of what Gurinder Singh told him to do, including the time that he was given $14,000 in cash and then told to deposit into his corporate accounts into multiple deposits. I mean, even if you didn't know that the other person who had sold you the business could maintain exclusive access of the account, that part of it alone should have also raised some red flags.
He felt like he was hostage in the situation because he knew he owed them the money.
But it sounds like, it's...
It does. On paper, it looks, and I admit, Commissioner
So
Kim.
I would like to be empathetic, but given that, I mean, I think, we're going to have to go and also investigate Mr. Singh's other business, and there should be a charge of availing at some point.
And Commissioner Kim, and that's why we asked you to consider the high penalty of $25,000.
Yeah.
This is,
Well,
again.
the high penalty here is cancel and bond because of all the circumstances involved here. If it was, anyway, so that's my.
That's where I am as well. I can't. I mean, this is, he's got money coming, he's got money going, he's not asking any questions, and it looks to me like he's the classic definition of a straw man. I mean, that's what he was.
On paper, it does look like that, and I could tell you.
It's going to be cancel and bonds.
Can he at least have time to dissolve?
30 days, is it?
I'm not sure how long it'll take. It won't be immediate. It'll have at least.
Whatever. I'm not guaranteeing anything, but it has to go through the secretary's office, then a letter has to be sent to you, and that would be what happens.
It's approximately 3 weeks.
Approximately 3 weeks.
And it's a no contest plea, so.
That's it.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Order here, 11:08. We had a request for an adjournment. Emailed in or mailed in about a week ago, and it wasn't responded to. The attorney had to get family court.
That's fine. What are they looking for next? Okay.
1108 is going to be 524. Okay.
Oh, May 24th.
Oh, shit.
Okay, what's next?
Next
1085.
is 1085 Cobra Bar.
Residents oppose.
Good afternoon. Thomas J. Murphy for the applicant. I'm here this morning for Cobra. They applied for a license, and got notification of some objections that were filed, and we're here to address them today.
Sorry, can you tell me who's with you?
Pardon?
Who's with you?
My name is Marcos Mejia.
The applicant. I was made aware of objections filed by approximately 10 people from the city of Newburgh in opposition to this application. But in fact, the objection is not from 10 people. It's really from 2 people who solicited others to object to this application. I have, and in your folder are copies of all the documents I will refer to today, a letter that was mailed to many people in the city of Newburgh, asking them to join with them to objecting to this.
Which is
license.
what happens with
That's
petitions.
called civic
That's what
action.
happens.
I don't.
And if 10
Well,
people
let me
sign
finish,
their
please.
names
I will-
to it, then it's 10 people.
To solicit them, these people, they sent a form letter that they suggest they send, and also a notice saying that this is a business that will be serving 100 people chips and salsa in your neighborhood, likely to have violence, stabbing, gunfire, litter, smoking, and reasons to write the letter, which are reasons to write the letter to the control board. There is absolutely no basis in fact for that. This area,
The only basis, in fact, that I would say is that I'm familiar with the neighborhood, and that's what goes on in that neighborhood.
well, actually, it does not. I live there. Liberty Street corridor has undergone a renaissance of huge proportions. They refer to this area as being a residential area. There are photographs. This is what Liberty
I
Street...
think they're more talking about the area in downtown Newburgh, which Newburgh is a very small city. We can agree on that.
We can.
And they have extremely violent crime problems.
They do.
I think that's what they're referring to.
They're referring to, what they are referring to is a bar that has lost its license, the Terrace Lounge, although it's reopened now, that had a history of violence. Now, it has changed. I live about a mile from here, and I know this area quite well. I go there at all times of day and night. I don't fear for my safety. In opposition, the people who know Mr. Mejia got together, the people who live and work in this neighborhood, and have submitted a petition in support of his application with 100 signatures. Indeed, the city manager, whose office is right around the corner from this premises.
Well, here's my problem, and it wasn't just the protesters that raised a problem for me. It's quite obvious to me that this is going to be a club, based on the fact that he's asking that he has a DJ booth, he's got live recorded dancing and DJ music. Live music, recorded music, DJ music, and dancing within the club. He has absolutely no security plan. At least that's within his application. Now, I do know, I don't live in Newburgh, but I'm as familiar with it as you are. And I can tell you that a bar like this in Newburgh is a problem without a security plan. And he has none.
Well, I would ask for an opportunity to amend the application. This area
So what
in
is he
Newburgh...
trying to, he's opening up a nightclub?
Pardon?
What is he opening up here? What's
Mr.
this-
Mejia has recently sold a business that he bought on Broadway in Newburgh, in this same area. He bought it about 6 years ago. He and his family worked it, made it very successful. They sold it, and with the profits from that business, they're now opening up the club on Liberty Street.
So it's a club. It's a nightclub.
It's going to be a restaurant.
And restaurants don't have DJ booths, they don't have DJs, they don't have dancing. So that's not a restaurant.
It's not checked off in the application either.
He's going to operate this as he did his restaurant. He's starting from scratch. He is starting.
Then how about this? If we're going to do that, then why don't we drop the DJ, we'll drop the dancing, we'll drop the live and recorded music, and we'll just be a restaurant. Then I'm much more satisfied with the application.
And that's what it's going to be in the beginning. He needs to work this property to see what the market will send him.
It's going to be what in the beginning?
Pardon?
It's going to be a restaurant?
It's going to be a restaurant.
Based on what he just said?
Pardon?
No dancing, no DJ.
That's
no
in the
live
future.
music.
That's in the future.
No, but well, that's not how it works. When you put out, what did you put in your questionnaire?
Bar tavern.
And then what about the music and all that?
DJ, booth, live recorded DJ music and
Yeah, so that's not asking for something in the future. That's asking for something now, right?
Well, no, that's just saying he's starting out. He doesn't know what the market. This is his plan. This area.
No, but you
borders-
have to submit a method of operation as to what you would like to do now, not sometime in the 5 years down the road if everything's going well. We need to know how you are planning to operate this establishment. If you are truly going to be a restaurant, first of all, your menu, I mean, you have salad and crepes with strawberry, Nutella, chips and guacamole, chips and salsa, cold sandwiches, shrimp cocktail, and paninis. I mean, is that really going to be a restaurant, or is that more like lounge food kind of?
It doesn't meet the standard for a
I
restaurant.
think the current phrase is.
Do you have a
tapas bar.
kitchen here? Is there
Pardon?
a kitchen here?
No,
There's not a kitchen?
there's no kitchen.
There's
Then how is he going to be a restaurant?
There's a prep area.
prep area
There's a prep area.
with
So it can't be a restaurant as defined by the ABC law.
Right, so you can't be a restaurant without a kitchen. You need a kitchen by law to be a restaurant. You could be a bar or tavern and just have food prep, but you can't be a restaurant.
He's going to serve tapas. That's what he's going to serve.
Well, now
Uncooked. There are sinks.
Look, so I don't know what you would be if you got rid of dancing, live music, DJ booth. Would you still want to operate a business? If we
Bar
got,
tavern.
I get the bar tavern, but if we change this to no live music, no record. Well, you have to have recorded music, no DJ, no dancing. Would you still want to operate this as a business?
if I wasn't allowed to have a DJ or live music.
Or dancing.
I mean, the business itself, it has space to do something like that. I mean, we wanted to see if we can rent it out for, like, you know, baptisms, Swiss 15s and stuff like that.
Were you here all day today? Yeah. Did you just see the woman that we did, that told us that was here a month ago?
Yeah.
And what hers turned into?
Yes, I did.
I mean, and the reason I bring that up is not because I'm saying it's going to happen to you, but if you walk out this door and tell me that, and then go drop $20,000 into this place, I'll yank that thing so quick you're going to lose every dime. And I don't know that that's worth it to you.
He has a history of doing good business.
I'm not. I don't know his
I-
history. I'm not
yeah.
questioning it. I'm just telling you that someone has told us that story before, and they put on their application live music, recorded music, DJ booth, and they told us it was going to be for baptisms and first communions, and then they went and got promoters, and you saw what happened. So, and she probably, I don't know how much money she lost, but I'm sure she lost a lot.
So it's not you as an applicant. I'll take your word that you ran a successful business and you want to open up a restaurant. That's fine. I think that's great. And just go find an appropriate venue that has a kitchen that and not has an open dance floor area where you want a DJ booth.
The reason why we starting first like this is because we want to put a kitchen in, but we don't have the money to invest $40,000-$60,000 in the kitchen, a full kitchen.
No, I know. So, but we can't
We need
give
to
you
install
a
gas lines. I mean, we need to install by the stoves and everything.
No, I
The
understand.
restaurant we were a restaurant, and we couldn't apply for a liquor license because we had a special use permit as for a restaurant, but we couldn't apply for a liquor license yet. But I mean, this location that we saw has been vacant for a couple of years, and you know, when I went to see it, they told me that, you know, it's been available for many years for a lot of people. And when I saw it, you know, I really liked the area, and you know, we can see it progressing into something else. I mean, we asked because we want to see what what potential the business can have.
Right.
You know.
See, and I don't think either one of us disagree with what you're saying, but you can't come in here and say this is what we want it to be later. We only deal with right now. If you want to change it later, you come and tell us you're going to change it, and then we go down that route. But right now, you have a boat. What you've applied for looks like a nightclub without security. And that, to me, in Newburgh, is trouble waiting to happen. And we've seen it happen here already since I've been here for a year. I mean, there was a hotel we shut down. We've shut down a number of places in the vicinity, not the city, but the town of Newburgh, for, just being out of control. And it's a problem area. There's no question about that. With for businesses like what I see on paper here.
Yeah, of course, I understand. I mean, a lot of business people that I deal with, they have invested a lot of money in Newburgh, and I deal with a lot of business people. And people that wrote the letters are business people. And people that were signing were business people, and we were trying to, they were trying to support me, and if they would have come, they would have been here too.
Yeah, no, and we accept all that, and we believe you. We're just telling you that for this kind of a space with no kitchen, it's not going to be a restaurant by law. And you're saying you don't have the money right now to put into a restaurant. I would highly suggest just finding another venue that already has a kitchen that you can start and operate, because for a nightclub at this location, at this time, the way it's laid up, isn't something that we're looking to approve. So, I'd say it's not you as an applicant, it's the location and the model that you're proposing to run on paper that doesn't work for us right now. So,
To put it in a little more context, the area and where this premises are located is part of Washington Heights in the city of Newburgh. Liberty Street is divided by Broadway. On the north side is Liberty Street, and on the south side is an area, Liberty, Washington Heights. A large Hispanic population resides in the Heights. There is no other premises that would do the things that he's trying to do in that area. And the idea was that he would get started, and as he grew, as he did with his deli and restaurant, he would expand. I would ask.
I get it, and we want to be supportive. It's just this, you can't have a restaurant here without a kitchen. And so,
And like I said, a restaurant, if you told me you wanted to put a restaurant here without the DJ, without the live music, I'd be much more amenable to agreeing to it. But I'm looking at your block plot diagram here, and he wants to open, or on paper, this is a nightclub, and he's got 4 residences right next door. Now, that's going to be open from 10 to 4 a.m., and live music with I don't know whether they're houses or apartment buildings or whatever they are, but that just is problems waiting to happen, and with no security. I'm going to repeat it.
Well, I just wanted to add something. We're not sure how much people we can get there. We're not expecting a high volume. We're starting slow, and if we were to get more than 20 people there will be security, and we'll have licenses.
But see, that's not on your application. We don't deal with possibles. We only can deal with what you show us. And your application indicates it's just going to be you and your partners working there. You're going to be the only ones. And I understand why that is, because you want to try to cut the costs as much as you can. But you're trying to open a place that on paper looks like it's going to be very, very active. And 3 people are not going to be able to control this place.
Again, I would ask for an opportunity to amend the application.
You can have that.
We're going to try to amend it. But you have to come in with exactly what you want now, not later down the road.
Are you allowing him to amend this application, or are you going to act on this and have him file what they want?
Can we have them amend this, or?
It's totally up to you.
He can amend this.
Yeah, I'll let him
All right, so
amend
how much time do you want to give?
Well, how much time do you need?
1 month.
That's fine.
That's fine.
Okay.
June 7th.
We don't need it
So we'll be
right.
back on the calendar here for June 7th.
For the 27th?
June
June
7th.
7th.
June 7th, I'm sorry.
7th.
Okay.
And what I would say is do go to the police department, because I know the police department there, and if they tell me they don't have concerns about you, then I'll have much less concerns.
Of course.
Thank you.
I just want to ask questions. So if there's live music in certain areas that don't they're a restaurant, but they have live music.
I'm not against live music. I'm against, it was just going to be 3 of you, and it looked like it was going to be a nightclub in the middle of Newburgh without security.
I understand, but
I'm not saying you couldn't, I'd never allow you to have live music. I just need to see more of a specific plan about what it's going to look like.
Of course, and then if the place they have a DJ, once in a while, I mean, and they don't
Yeah,
have
but I think DJ and dancing is when you start becoming a nightclub as opposed to a restaurant that does live music once in a while.
I think he was more focusing on quinceañeras and weddings and baptisms and things of that.
Well, and once you get it more specific, go to the police department, explain to them what you want to do. If they don't have that many concerns about it and have a security plan, then I will at least feel better about it myself.
You want something in writing from the PD, or?
If you can get, I'd like to see that you met with them and have them write a letter.
I'll go and talk to them and have it stuff for you guys.
All right. Okay. Thank you. No, I'm not the judge. No, that was my father. Yeah. Well, thanks. Should have said that before you started.
I forgot.
No, that wouldn't have helped you.
All right, 1133 JC Hospitality.
Good afternoon, Robert Skeen, Skeen Law Firm, representing JC Hospitality LLC. We have a offer for conditional no contest, $1,500, I believe.
Why is it such a low offer?
I believe I was not the attorney that made the offer, but I believe it was from advice from counsel's office.
Really?
It's, I think, because I know why. We can go outside. Is that what you want to do?
Yeah.
Okay.
I have a counter at 6,200 only because I'm going through the standard, the signs, 100, and then your unlicensed security guard, failure to conform to application, and maximum occupancy. But if
I mean, the reason I asked that somebody come in is that they're supposed to be a restaurant and they turn into a nightclub. And it sounds like they turn into a nightclub at like 10 o'clock.
I am not that familiar with the operation of the business. With me today is Tina Petit, who is their local counsel. I apologize for the confusion here. We did not think that Ms. Petit would be able to come today, so the client had asked me to appear. Because
Okay. Well, she can, does she know more information?
She has some information about the operation, if I can ask her to come up.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Tina Piette, P-I-E-T-T-E. I live in East Hampton, and it was initially my conversation with the prosecutor. We were negotiating. There was a hearing date, and I, at that time, acknowledged that the two signs were down behind the bar and that the signs were put back up. And I also acknowledged that, although my client didn't know it at the time, the security firm, the two guards, had expired licenses. So it was my understanding, and I apologize again, I was not following this case, and so the first time that it was on, I wasn't going online to look, and then Ms. O'Brien let me know, yes, we needed what I thought was an explanation of the purpose of the security guards. So I came, I was going to send that in writing, but the client was out of the country, and I met with her at the site on Saturday, knowing that, or thinking that I was going to come in today, and then it was an iffy situation. So Mr. Skeen,
Well, that's not a problem, but my question still remains that their application indicates that they're a restaurant with no security guards. We go in there, it appears that or not us, the police go in there, and it appears that it's not a restaurant, it's actually a nightclub, and it's got 10 security guards. So what are we doing here?
I think take this in two parts. First, the reason why there is now security guards when the original application indicated there would be no security guards. The problem is that this restaurant is rather popular, became more popular than anticipated. The town would not let them erect fencing around it. It's on a beach that faces into a lake, so there's a beach area. So it's rather open. They wanted to put a fence there. The town didn't allow them to put a fence. So in order to keep people from wandering in, because they have maximum occupancies that they don't want to exceed.
Which they did, it appears.
Which is one of the reasons why the security firm was hired, because...
But how does a restaurant exceed maximum occupancy?
I think
I mean, there's only so many tables.
I think it might be best, I do have the schematic that the liquor license was based on. The premises is a hotel, and...
It's a restaurant,
Well,
it's a non-premises liquor license.
But at night, it's a bar, it's a nightclub at night.
See, I mean, here's what the problem is, and I don't know how you're going to deal with this, and I don't want this to happen again this summer, because the charges here, if they happen again, I just as easily can shut it down. This isn't noise, this is bigger than that. They're supposed to be a restaurant. I got numerous phone calls from the town last summer, to the extent that I had to send guys out there, not just for this location, but numerous locations, because they were not abiding by the town ordinances, and the town was getting significant complaints, because this place told the town it was going to be a restaurant, and they told us it was going to be a restaurant, and it's not a restaurant. We know it's not. It's written up as not a restaurant in the papers.
With all due respect, it is a restaurant, there's a chef, and there are, in this restaurant, which is very popular, is seating for 42 and 72. There's 100 and, well, off of the plan, and they are open every day.
So how many people were in there when they exceeded maximum occupancy?
The maximum occupancy from that particular evening, I think it's best if we look at a schematic.
I'm more interested in that particular evening.
I don't have that charge, and quite honestly, those charges are being adjudicated in East Hampton Justice Court. I expect a decision on whether or not that overcrowding charge will...
But you must know what the allegation is. How many people were said to be in that place when they said they exceeded maximum occupancy? Do we know?
I'm checking right now. And there is the restaurant inside, but then outside there are large lounge areas of couches and chairs, and yes, which at night is a nightclub, and then right across the pond is Rushmeyer's, and the two of you together with the noise are the issue.
The two of... We're not here on Rushmeyer's behalf.
No, we know that. She's saying the two of you in the two locations in the same general area are creating noise problems for the town.
I have represented over 45 noise violations in the town of East Hampton. This is why the prosecutor and I have been speaking about this case ever since the allegations started. Of those 45 noise violations, the ones that I have taken to the town and are ready to go to trial on, all of them have been dismissed.
And here is my problem. You may be able to win those, and it might be because the law is very badly written, but we both know that there was noise, and that these complaints that are being filed in with the town are accurate. And you don't have noise here. These aren't noise complaints. And my point being that if I have to send our guys out there again this summer and we find out that it's failure to conform to an application, it won't exist anymore. And right now, it's not a restaurant during the period of time that they visited. Now, you are welcome to litigate it. If you feel that strongly about it, I suggest that you do. But I have 4 places from the Hamptons on here today, because we got calls from their police departments about how badly, and it was clearly written up in the newspapers. I'm sure you read the articles as well last summer.
I have.
Something has to give here.
With all due respect, the evening in question, the chef left at midnight. I don't know what time. I think it was 1 o'clock. Since that time, I've had discussions with the owner and the manager, and we all agree that if you are going to stay open during those hours, they are going to serve food during those hours.
No, that's fine, but you still have a restaurant that you are acknowledging has 10 security guards in it.
It's
because of the overcrowding issue that they're trying to mitigate against. Where people can wander in from the beach. They actually come in by boat across the lake. The security guards are actually counting the people to ensure that they don't.
I mean, we can sit here and argue about it all day. I'm just telling you, if it ends up here again with these types of charges, there's going to be bigger problems. And
I will absolutely.
I was asked to help deal with this situation, and that's what I'm doing.
Well, the reason for the security guards is to deal with the capacity issues.
But don't you understand? That doesn't sound like a restaurant to me. I haven't been in too many restaurants that have security guards.
I think that you have to, if I may.
No, I understand. There's a lounge outside. It's a club.
I can show you where the points. I can show you where the points are that the security guards are there. This particular company had staff there. Just.
Look, I have a picture from Yelp of your, whatever this party is. I mean, this is, that, I get the inside is the restaurant, and you can kind of always say it's a restaurant, but on the outside, there's dancing, clubbing, whatever, DJ, music, right?
No,
No?
there is no music after 9 p.m.
After 9 p.m., there's no music. Okay.
That is pursuant to the town code.
There was 148 patrons, and the maximum occupancy is 112 patrons.
If I may show you where the maximum occupancy that we're talking about is, and this is why the charges are being adjudicated, they have 3 separate areas of maximum occupancy, 3 separate areas. One, it has 72 seats, which then folds into another one, which is not rated capacity. That is really the issue with this.
No, the issue. We know what the issue is. The issue is they're too loud, and they're not running what the town expected them to run. And what will end up happening is it's going to cost them an enormous amount of money one way or the other. That's the only thing I can tell you if this continues. Now they can decide which way they want to go. You can try to try to correct the situation, but it is a situation. Because these people aren't making these complaints up that are sending them to us and sending them to the police department.
I will know on May 23rd whether or not the noise charges are dismissed at this. Over 14 noise charges were brought. I have had 7 dismissed by the town on the town's own motion. That just happened 2 months ago. The town's own motion was to dismiss the charges in the interest of justice.
All right, so I think we've made our point. I have a counter of, still have a counter of 6,200.
I'll go with that, 6,200. And that's because and that's the general fine for the last three charges on this list. The first two are about $100 or $200 a piece. After that, it's
$100 a piece. $100 a piece for the first two, and then 25, 2,500, 2,500, and then 1,000.
That's for the sign violation?
The sign
fines are
violation is
$100
$100 a piece. No, but your unlicensed security guards.
And if they're going to have security guards, they really need to change their license.
We have discussed that.
Well, you can't discuss it. They either have changed the license or they don't have security guards. I mean, that's the.
There are, just so I'm clear, any restaurant that has security guards, you're considering not to be a restaurant? Or?
No, I'm saying that.
They applied in their application saying that they would be a restaurant with no security guards.
It would be a
All of
method
a sudden, there are 10 security guards.
Operation that there'll be
Change request,
security.
yeah.
Yes.
Understood. Okay,
We're not just trying to pick on them. We're just telling you what the discrepancy is from what they applied
4 years
to what they're actually doing.
do we have any time frame to comply with that application?
Yeah.
Before an investigator
Yeah,
goes
before
out, I
somebody
guess.
goes in again.
Ms. O'Brien, if I'm correct in understanding that for
Yes.
change of method of operation application, the community must be noticed 30
Well, it's not required statutorily, but I would ask for their input anyway, so if you can get it ahead of time, it saves me from having to get it after you file.
So we accepting that?
You got to accept, not accept?
Yes, we'll accept that.
All right,
I have
thank you.
authorization to accept that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
1088, 88 Second Ave Food Corp.
Good afternoon. My name is John Mitchell. I'm with the firm of Mitchell and Cantalupo. My client, Teddy Galis. This is an application for an alteration. I would like to, this is a restaurant diner. They serve food on a daily basis.
I'm sorry, who's with
breakfast,
you?
lunch, and dinner.
Who is with you?
Theodore Galis.
And who is he?
He is the general manager.
Did they do these alterations already?
You know, yes, and the situation is this. If you look at the community board stipulations, we have complied with all of the stipulations. There was a full license issued on April 3, 2014. There have been no incidences, no occurrences, nothing. The only situation and the only problem is that Teddy did not realize that in moving the location of the counter bar that he has from one corner to more in the center of the premises, that he needed to get community board approval. He apologizes for that.
Well, he's supposed to get our approval first, too, isn't he?
No, and your approval. He did not realize that was something that he had to get approval for. And so what happened was he did make the change. It was an innocent mistake on his part. When he came to my office for the renewal, and I asked him, you know, have there been any changes? And, you know, he said, well, all I did was move the bar. That's when we...
Oh, you didn't just move the bar. Didn't you just double the size of the bar?
No, sir, we did not double the size of the bar. What happened was, I believe we added roughly 3 seats to the bar, and it's...
But the physical size of the bar.
It's about 3, I believe it's about 3 feet. If you look at the way it was before, it was an L shape, and, you know, maybe it's configured a little differently, but I think it added roughly, if you want to measure it, probably about 3 feet or so, 3 stools, and the purpose for that, essentially...
All right, the questionnaire you submitted said it would be 13 feet in length.
Yes.
And now, what is your new length?
I have the...
It says 27 feet.
That would be double.
Is that, am I wrong?
Yeah, I believe so, if I might.
I'm wrong?
Let me
Okay.
just look at
Correct
it.
me, please.
Presently, the way they count, the way it is, if you notice, it's 13.4 straight across, and then it's an L shape, which is another, I believe, 10 feet, 10.7. Can I give you the present, the way it was?
We have that.
Yeah.
So essentially,
right?
it was an L shape, so if you add them both together,
Over there.
it's not really adding that much more bar space.
What do you mean if you add them together?
Well, the counter, if you
Oh,
notice.
he's just saying what this is?
This is the old space, so he's saying
Yeah.
that's 13.4, but then you have to add that in.
3617?
Yeah.
But it's 27. Well, the new one is
No, they moved it,
27.
right.
And essentially.
13 plus.
Oh,
So-
3, oh, I see 7.
Whatever that walkway is.
Exactly.
I see.
I'm sorry if I didn't explain
So it's not
it correctly.
double, but it's definitely 10 feet or close.
It's bigger, and yes, and essentially, the reason why he did make it bigger was he had the space, number one. It's more conveniently located, and he needed to put some refrigeration underneath the bar, and really, it was the only place to really put it. So as a result of that, he did change the configuration of the bar. It was an error, it was a mistake that he didn't get approval before doing it. It is as I said, a restaurant diner. They've complied. Other than that,
Who's with you? I know somebody asked, but I missed.
General manager.
Theodore.
Oh, okay, so you don't have either of your clients here with you?
Well, his father is
Okay.
the stockholder, but.
So, I mean,
But
the-
Teddy
I
is
hear,
the one who pretty
I
much.
hear everything you're saying to me, and I just see the number of licenses, at least that John Capitanos is involved in, or has been involved in over a period of years, and it looks like it's about at least 7 or 6, and I find it hard to believe he doesn't know.
Well, John Capitanos is not the one that really runs this place. Theodore is the one who has been running the place, I think, for 5 years or so, Teddy?
Well, if there's going to be a change to a restaurant that the president of the company
You know, he
should know about it, right?
You know, he did it. It was a silly thing that he did. He did not really, he consulted with his father, who's a Greek immigrant, and that was it. And his father basically said, do what you want to do. He didn't realize that he had to get approval before doing it. And so he did change the location of the bar.
we
It
charge
doesn't
him?
really change the type of operation.
charge them?
It's a restaurant diner.
What do we do with this? You either deny it or?
He has no incidences. As I said, he's had the
They'd
license
have
since
to rip it
April.
out.
He has filed now, by the way, as soon as I had told him.
What can we
he
charge him?
filed.
Unauthorized alteration.
You can just impose a penalty now on
No,
this?
they would have to notice of pleading.
Oh.
If you're going to impose a penalty, I would just, again, just emphasize that he really didn't realize.
We're not going to do it today, but there's going to have to be something in the future, the near future,
Okay,
assuming we approve it.
No, we've never charged them with anything.
So we probably should.
And if we don't approve it, then what? They have to rip it out and put it
oh
back
my
to
God, yeah.
Put
He
it
would have
back.
to-
Yeah, you just don't.
I mean, he'd have to rip it up and put it
Do
back.
we have any problems with this place otherwise, ever?
There have been no problems with it at all,
No,
as far as
never.
I know.
We've
None at
never
all.
had
Since,
any violation.
since April of 2014. It's a restaurant diner. That's really what it is.
It is a diner.
And it was a very silly thing that he did that without getting approval first. The minute he came in my office, and we immediately filed.
And is the community board's only issue with you is that you didn't go to them as well?
I believe that was the issue, yes.
The community board thought it was going to stay as the Moonstruck Diner and stay just as is, was the representation.
I have a menu, it stayed the same, it's a diner. Would you like to see a copy of the menu?
So everything's the same except for the counter?
We should have that on file.
Yeah, pretty
Yeah,
much.
can we get the copy, please?
The menu, yes, please. Can I approach?
Yeah.
All right, so I
So
guess.
so hold on, what stipulations are they saying, don't answer me now, wait till you get back to the microphone, but what stipulations are they saying that the restaurant is not abiding by?
Well, I'll read them, I'll go through them. The first one that they said is operate a full-service American restaurant, a diner, which they have, with a kitchen, which they have, serving food all hours, which they have. The second one was to operate 24 hours a day, but to stop serving alcohol at 1 a.m. They definitely stopped serving alcohol at 1 a.m., and as a matter of fact, they did cut back on their hours because it just wasn't financially feasible. So on Monday, Tuesdays, and Wednesdays, they're open from 7 a.m. to 1 a.m. On Saturday. On Friday and Saturdays, they are open the 24 hours, but they stopped serving any type of alcohol at 1 o'clock, and on Sundays, they close at 1 a.m. The other, they don't have any type of music other than background music. There's no live music. There's no events. They don't host any crawls or party buses. There are no lines outside. They close their doors and windows. There have been no incidences.
No lines?
No lines. No, I mean, it's...
Did they, those stipulations, well, I don't care about that.
The only thing that he did not do, he did not advise...
They close their doors and windows at 10 every night?
Generally, they're closed even before that.
I don't know what they're talking about needs investigating then.
Well, I think that he did not go to them to...
No, that's obvious, but they said has been operating contrary to its agreed upon stipulations. It sounds like they have more, but they don't really articulate it.
I don't believe so.
Okay.
It's possible.
All right, so I mean, I'll approve this alteration, but we're going to have to charge in a subsequent notice of pleading.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
I'm going to approve this alteration, but you're going to get a charge in a subsequent notice of pleading for unauthorized alteration.
Can I have an idea what that's going to be? Do we have a...
Unauthorized alteration.
How much is that normally?
I don't know. What is that, 1,500 to 2,000 or something like that? Huh?
It won't be more than 2,500.
Yeah, it won't be more. It'll probably be
So
less.
more than likely less than that.
Yeah, all right.
And I'll approve the alteration as well.
Thank you very much.
You'll get the notice of pleading in the mail.
Thank you.
Right.
He has, what, 30 days to
2,000.
make that payment, right?
No, we're not giving you the payment now. He has to respond to the notice of pleading. He can respond with an offer. He should call the attorney assigned to the case and figure out an offer.
Thank you.
1066, AAA Gun Hill Gas, and I'm going to make this easy. I think it should go back to licensing.
Okay. Back to licensing.
AAA Gun Hill Gas. Okay.
Yeah, I had Grant.
Yep.
Just put their name on the record.
Hi, good afternoon. Neil Trivedi, 400 Jericho Turnpike for the applicant.
I'm Aman Bachchan.
Okay, we're gonna grant the reconsideration and send back to licensing. I'm going to do that.
I'll grant the reconsideration as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Easiest, right?
1117, DBTG 14.
Good afternoon. Benjamin Corngood for the applicant. I have with me today Joseph Cirillo, who's a principal of the applicant, and Eben Lilly, who is going to manage the premises. And I submitted a letter outlining why we feel this should be approved, but just to give you a summary, the applicant has been operating since 2006 as a takeout place primarily. The premises was small, about 400 square feet. In July of last year, they began negotiations with the landlord to take over an adjacent space, which is about 750 square feet. At that point, they sent notice to the community board. They appeared before the SLA subcommittee. They agreed to all the stipulations that the community board requested. They were approved at the committee meeting. After that, they signed the lease. They began construction. And then unbeknownst to them, at the full board meeting, they were disapproved.
Can I ask you why? What was the reason they disapproved you?
I think, as far as we know, it's because there's one neighbor who has noise complaints.
Okay. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
And the applicant was not at the full board meeting. They were not advised to attend, and they didn't have counsel at that
Oh,
point.
you didn't even know that the board meeting was going to go on?
What does that mean? That you didn't know it was going to be the full board meeting or the subcommittee meeting?
No, they appeared at the subcommittee meeting. At that point, they didn't have counsel. They weren't aware that they were supposed to, that they were never advised to attend the full board meeting.
All right, but that's your responsibility to check the website to find out the board's, it's a public schedule.
Right, I understand that. but
Okay,
they were under
I'm
the
just
impression
saying, yeah.
That they had been approved by the.
We had already been approved.
They had been approved
By the subcommittee, but not by the full board, right?
Yes.
No, but I get, so your point being that we never checked because we thought it was just going to be a rubber stamp by the full board.
Exactly.
Okay.
Okay, got it.
And despite the fact that they were denied by the full board, they've still complied with all the terms of the stipulation. They've hired a sound engineer, they've installed soundproofing on the roof, they've moved the speakers. And I'm not aware, I don't think there's any opposition here today, but, you know, we're not exactly sure what more they want us to do.
Well, I mean, I think the big issue from their resolution seems to be that you've had since October 2013 195 311 commercial noise complaints for loud music party banging and pounding, and there have been 77 in 2015 alone, and 73 of those 77 were marked. The police department responded to the complainant and took action to fix the condition, which means that they didn't get dismissed as unwarranted.
Well, our understanding is that the police have shown up. They've never issued a violation. They've never issued a summons. We have been in contact with the detective who monitors the phone calls at the precinct. He was not able to write a letter, but we do encourage you to call him and speak to him. He has offered to speak to you about it.
So that you mentioned it was one person that at least from your estimation, is this the person upstairs?
Yes.
Is it? Oh, this is the one where you guys moved the speakers and everything already?
Yeah, sure.
So you did do soundproofing?
Yeah, we've complied with all the terms of the stipulation.
Okay.
What took you so long to move the
And and I guess, well, go ahead, I'm sorry.
In terms of the timing, when were the speakers moved?
How come it took all these complaints until you moved the speakers and did the soundproofing?
Well, we had been in this space since 2006, and the neighbor was upstairs, and for the first 8 years, at the same sound level, there was never a problem, right? And then all of a sudden, it became a problem, but we hadn't changed the level of the music. So once we found out about it, we did hire a sound engineer once we went to the community board, and they recommended it, and so we did do everything that they had asked.
And is it your operations that were supposedly making so much noise, or was it the guy? It sounds like the guys that were cleaning up were blasting the radio as they were cleaning the place?
I think that's what her complaint was, but I mean,
Well, it was during the service as well. She would say that it was too loud. You know, we take a lot of phone call orders for deliveries, so we purposely have to keep the sound level low so that we can hear our customers. And, you know, a huge part of our business is delivery, so we're on the phone quite a bit. So we really need to keep the sound level down.
and I just want to point out that prior to the new space, it was basically like 300 square feet, 350 square, so it was a tiny space.
Okay.
And this new space you're about to take on?
Yes, it's 7 tables, there's a
Yeah, but it was used to be a shoe store, and they have a operable, like a facade, the moving window, retractable facade with window counter seating.
We're not putting in a retractable facade, right? It's closed. That was one of the concessions.
Right.
They wanted to, they conceded with the community board not to put in an operable facade.
So that's not going to open, or it is going to open?
No, it's not going to open.
It's just a regular window
Just a
counter?
window, yeah.
When did you guys concede that? Because in there.
No, I see it right here.
Down
Not
here?
install
Oh,
operable
sign.
facade doors or windows.
July 17th. Yeah, but they signed that July 17th, and then, but August 7th, 2015 was the community board. No music at all before opening or after closing hours. Did you guys agree to that?
Yes.
Will never request upgrade to full liquor license, ever.
Ever.
I don't think that's enforceable, but that's my view.
So the
I'm not encouraging you to do it, I just question why anyone would ever agree to ever.
when was the speaker actually moved?
Yes, we
When was it actually moved?
probably about 2-3 months ago, maybe. I'm not sure.
And are you? I mean, you're saying it's this one person complaining?
Yes.
The upstairs neighbor?
Yes.
And has she been complaining after you moved it?
No.
Have you talked to her?
I haven't. The detective from the 6th Precinct has been trying to reach out to her.
And-
And again, he would like to speak with you if you have any questions. He's been monitoring this since last June, so we're doing everything we can.
And he said that after you moved it and put in installing the soundproof protection, then that she hasn't had complaints?
I believe so, yeah.
You believe so, or did he actually tell you that and you?
He said that he hasn't received, I spoke with him a couple days ago, and he said he hasn't received any complaints for her in quite a long time, so.
Quite a long time? All right.
I'm not sure the exact date.
But you did put soundproof protection aside from moving it?
Yes.
Okay.
All across the full ceiling and move the, he also recommended we keep the base level down, so we've lowered the base also. He said that happens to be a
All right.
benefit.
Okay, and so, all right, I mean, you agree to all the stipulations, right, in their resolution, clause number 5?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, I mean, on the representation that the speaker was moved and the soundproof was installed and that
No, we got
complaints.
pictures.
Yeah,
That it was
but also that complaints haven't been received from the neighbor in the past, at least month, I guess. I'll vote to approve.
I'll vote to approve as well. To the attached stipulations, although I am dropping, will never request to upgrade to a full liquor license ever, because I don't think that's actually legal. So, but the other stipulations are enforced.
Thank you.
Thank you.
1134, One RB Restaurant.
I don't know, actually. I'm trying to remember.
I'm sure they've been on the, I know that a couple of people have appeared for class changes after they've signed it, and we've granted it.
Really? I don't know.
We just got a case the other day that
Yep.
Jackie won on Article 78.
Mark won it.
Mark. Hi, what's your name?
Delaney Mena.
Can you pull that microphone down to you?
Delaney Mena.
So do you have food there?
Yes.
So what happened when you didn't have food?
I was going through my father and I we run the business, and there was an issue that happened outside of the business that caused for the sales of the food to drop dramatically, and my father had to leave to the Dominican Republic, so I was there by myself. I was in the process of getting a chef, and that's when they raided me. So.
Well, at the hearing, though, you said that you had stopped doing the food. You'd been unable to afford to purchase food for months.
Yeah, because of the issue that occurred outside of the business. My sales dropped really bad, and I was unable to afford it. But now it's ever since I.
So now you have a menu and
Yes, I have.
you have a chef?
Yes, I do, and I'm
They're
serving.
there all the time that the place is open?
Yes.
They're actually, tavern restaurant, sorry. No, nothing else.
Nothing else? All right. All right, so, normally it'd be 2,500, but given your 12 years of clean history, I'll lower it to 1,500.
1,500.
Thank you.
$1051 East Drogheda, the Gem Saloon.
Good afternoon, Terrence Flynn on behalf of the applicant. I have the applicant, one of the principals of the applicant, Derek Kieran's here with me. This is here, I believe this is here because we're seeking a 4 AM license when the community board will only give a 2 AM license. At the 500-foot hearing and as part of the application, we had included a letter from Community Board 3 attesting to the record of my client's other establishments. There was also a letter from the New York City Police Department from Lieutenant Patrick Ferguson as well, put in for that Purpose, both of these letters were, by the way, given to the Community Board. Unfortunately, Community Board 2 has a blanket policy where they will not consider any license past 2 o'clock. This location had a license that was a 4AM license there for over 20 years previously. The space has now been vacant for a little over 2 years, I believe.
Why did they vacate?
You know, I don't even know why.
No?
They just, I mean, they had their run, I guess, and they left. Of the places within the 500-foot radius, 7 are traditional restaurants which close before midnight. There's a Chinese restaurant, a Korean restaurant, a Thai restaurant, a Japanese restaurant, Italian restaurant, Indian restaurant. They all close before midnight. They are just truly traditional restaurants. Of the other 10 places, 8 of them have 4 AM licenses. One of them has a 3 AM license, and the other licensee chooses to close early. I believe he closes at 2 AM. This was all put forth at the 500-foot hearing. I know that the Community Board did not show up at the 500-foot hearing, but they just put in their blanket resolution. The last thing I would say is that all other terms of the resolution that the Community Board wanted, we're in full agreement on. This is just one of those circumstances where the Community Board has a blanket resolution. They said that they saw that my client has a great history, but they didn't want to deviate from their blanket policy of 2 AM. And this is one of those circumstances where you have a very good operator who has a great record. He's been in the business at these locations for 11 years, hasn't had any problems. As you see from the police department letter, hasn't had a 311 call, nothing. Community Board 3, which is difficult to get Community Board 3 to say anything positive, has said very positive things about this location. So I would submit that.
Not the location, the
Excuse me,
operator,
the
right?
operator,
Yeah.
I apologize.
Is that where his other restaurants are?
They
in
are, yes.
Community Board 3?
Yes. So I would submit this is one of those circumstances we have a very good operator, and but for a standard policy of a community board, 4 AM would be permissible hours. It's also on the avenue. It's on the corner right there on the avenue, on 3rd Avenue, and as I said, it has a
Are the
long-
houses above the store?
There are apartments above, yes. And no one showed up at the community board in opposition. That's the last thing I'll add. No one showed up in opposition to this application to the community board.
And to answer your question before I don't know if you saw that the last licensee was Mexicali Enterprises, and it surrendered in 2014.
Right, Rodeo Bar was their trade name.
All right, I mean.
Oh, this is the old rodeo bar?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah. I mean,
Is it rodeo or is it rodeo?
Rodeo, it depends.
Everybody called it rodeo.
Oh, really?
Rodeo Bar.
All right. Look, normally, I think giving deference to a community board's policy is good practice. I think in just in this case, it seems that the applicant has been a good operator elsewhere in a community board where the licensees are highly scrutinized and has the support of also the police lieutenant from the precinct where the other businesses operate. And this location is on the avenue. So I'll vote to approve the 4 AM in this particular case.
I'll vote to approve as well. There's clearly a lot of support, not just amongst the police department, but in the community board where this applicant has his other restaurants. I, too, am sensitive to the community board's policies, but we don't have blanket rules here, and I don't necessarily agree with blanket rules. If they had justification because he was a bad operator at his other locations or there was an adverse history, I could certainly agree with them, but I just don't agree with blanket rules that we're saying everybody close at 2 AM. So I'm going to, I'll approve the 4 AM closings, and all the other stipulations that you did agree to with the community board are part of the agreement as well.
I agree on that, too.
Thank you very much. Have a nice day.
Good luck.
1112 La Place, Inc.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Thomas
Good
McCown here on behalf of LaPlace, with licensee's principal, Nicholas Oliva. Submission of a conditional no contest plea. I tried to spell out.
So why would what your clients say that the renovations were going to cost $35,000 when, in fact, the actual cost of the alterations was in excess of $2.2 million?
I can address that.
Sure.
I had a feeling that was coming. During the investigative interview, it was discovered, I was retained for the investigative interview, that the alteration application was submitted, and due to, as far as I can tell, a clerical error, what was conveyed to the expediter who prepared the application was going to be a $350,000 renovation. There was a town of Huntington building permit estimating it as about $256,000, which was the estimates on the initial renovation. It was submitted as $35,000, and at the investigative interview, it was explained to the investigator that it was a typo. It should have been $350,000, not $35,000. Once the project was started, the alteration had been filed. There were cost overruns, expenses, and
7x your proposed alteration. I mean, there's always going to be overruns, but
again, when I put in, I had a fair amount of submissions on this. If you ever read through them, Mr. Oliva entered into the project and moved forward and really wanted to really inject life, and there were overruns, and he was not advised.
As he points out, there was almost $2 million of over.
Yeah, not that much, but yeah, well, we could say approximately. That
So
sum.
1.9.
Yeah, no, exactly. And again, I'm not.
I mean, did you pay for those yourself, or did you have to take a loan out?
He's got a essentially a mortgage on it right now.
With who? A bank?
With the construction company, with the contractor. So
they're now partners.
Well, no, they're.
Who owns the construction company?
Ashley Aquino.
And again, that all was hashed out, and I provided the personal questionnaire, copied a promissory note, and.
Do we have that?
Yeah.
So you're saying that in 2004 there was no box in our application for adult entertainment, and therefore you decided to check off super club or super club / restaurant?
Again, I could elaborate on that. Mr. Oliva has been the owner since 2014. The original application for LaPlace was filed in 2004.
Can I?
Go ahead.
The method of operation that they originally filled out, will premise permit dancing? Yes, social and entertainment.
Okay.
So what had happened was that we're looking at it through a 2016 lens from a 2004, and he purchased the business via a stock deal. And as I had mentioned in my conditional no contest plea with counsel, that didn't explain, possible consequences and ramifications.
How big is this place, approximately square footage wise?
2 levels.
2 levels, up and down.
It's been operating for a dozen years. There's no adverse history, but for getting bogged down in this alteration.
All right. So
There was a case that was dismissed.
Right, there was a case, and my office represented them, and that was dismissed in 2008.
So now you have as a method, you've amended the method of operation?
I have. At the request of enforcement at the interview, they said, some time has expired. Please submit an updated establishment questionnaire method of operation, which I did. Additionally, I filed an application with licensing requesting to essentially change the method of operation. And my focus at that point was from a more substantial menu to what was submitted of the record.
And it was denied because of 528?
589.
Or 589?
Yeah.
And it was, and I put in a
I get it.
reconsideration on that. But
license wasn't put into safekeeping, right?
Safekeeping during the period of alteration.
It
Again,
wasn't.
it was not placed at safekeeping because he wasn't advised to do so.
Well,
And now.
But the place was closed.
The place was closed during the renovation, absolutely.
All right. So, given the circumstances, I'll accept the offer of $10,000.
I'll accept as well.
Thank you very much.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
1128 through 1132, the sloppy tuna.
This is the noise case.
Terrence Flynn on behalf of the licensee. This is an offer of compromise to resolve the charges.
Sloppy tuna.
Remind me to ask you something.
Wow. So you have an offer of 7,000 and I have here like 22,000.
Big difference.
Hmm?
That's a big difference.
No, it is a big difference. Well, there's a lot of noise.
I mean, this is the same thing that you were in the room, I know.
I was.
It's the same issue. I mean, I'm getting phone calls and you're ruining my day.
Well, I will say
that's
this
a
is,
big problem
this is
for
slightly
me.
different. We told everybody what this was from the beginning. This is not, I told you it was a restaurant.
No, that's correct.
And this has also got the flip side where the governor was also saying this was part of this premise, and it was cited in the papers, was part of the revitalization of the business community out there. Now, yes.
So have them call the governor's office when they're complaining then. Why are they calling me?
I'm not sure. If I knew who was calling you, I would call them. But the bottom line here is these noise violations are still not even adjudicated. They're basically dropping the ball on the SLA to do what they think is their job, and it's patently unfair to the SLA and to the licensee. And that's what's happening here.
So what does that mean? They're not taking on the case, they're just letting it?
It's just sitting out there.
How
It's
long has
sitting
it?
there.
Well, it's been,
this has been a while now.
almost
And
a
they're
year.
still-
It's a year almost.
It's a year.
It's
Are they
over a year.
purposely doing that, or are they just very inefficient?
Understand the town attorney's office.
My opinion, in the past, I think they purposely done it because you've been doing the job for them.
Well, we're obviously not. Because
Well,
it's
no,
all
no,
we're
no,
doing is
no.
collecting money.
No, well, that's the point. In their mind, you are, because you're punishing those who they think need to be punished without adjudicating and giving them the people their day in court. And that's exactly what's happening here. You know, if these charges were brought after there was an adjudication that there was a violation of law, I would agree 100% with what's going on. But what they're doing is they're making an allegation that there's been a violation of law, and then
Well,
they're
and
having
some
it
of
done.
these people from the SLA were there because I required them to go out because that's how many complaints I was getting. And I don't know exactly which ones, but it was in June and July that they were instructed to go out there.
My memory of the bill of particulars on these charges was these were all all the noise violations.
all
That could be.
East Hampton
July
Police,
26th
yeah.
was when.
July 26th was us?
July
Yeah.
26th was us with the town. The only violations noted was that the licensee didn't have a proprietary
July
license.
26th.
And unlicensed security guards. Okay. I had 15. We'll split the
All right,
difference.
All right, 15. Counter 15.
I was going to split the difference with you.
Counter 15. Split the difference with him or with me?
With you and go.
Oh, no,
I like the 15.
I'll do 15 here.
I just don't want to have to send guys back out there again.
And
the
Mr.
same.
Chairman, in fairness, I don't want to get a number where
And the next
I'm
time
have
you're going to,
try.
and you can tell your client, the next time, it's not going to be you, it's going to be them that comes out too, that
Yeah.
comes in here too.
That's fine.
And that's a whole day for them. And, you know, it's just, this is just ridiculous that they had to keep doing this. Now, I realize what they're dealing with out there, don't get me wrong, but 15, if you accept it? Okay.
1135, 1805 Carter Tapas.
This is an offer of cancellation. This license,
Cancel and bond, accept.
Accept.
1058 Circle NYC.
this is an offer of compromise to resolve the charge.
$50, $450. The 8 security guards did present their New York State security guard licenses, but you just didn't have records of their employment?
Yes.
All right, I'll accept.
I'll
5,000.
accept.
11, do you have another one, Terry?
One more.
Is it the 200-foot?
The declaratory
Okay.
ruling, yes.
1137E, declaratory ruling request.
So the basic argument here is that the 7th-floor design firm takes it out of the 200-foot law?
That's one of the arguments.
Oh,
The other,
that's, I know,
Do we know,
I don't want to rule on the
that
others.
I know they have catering. Do they ever get a catering license here?
At that location. I wouldn't be able to check right now. It's a different system.
They have catering.
Advertising, I see that.
One of my clients' people went in to book an event there. They fully said they booked to non-church members, and the person wasn't there to come back. My client didn't come back. I just put.
But would they serve alcohol to them?
I don't know if they'd serve alcohol, but it's a.
I mean, it doesn't, like you said, we only need one reason,
I
but
think the 7th floor being rented to an
Yeah, that's
independent
enough.
design firm takes it out of the
Yes.
200-foot rule, so that's my ruling.
I'll agree as well, that it's not, the building's clearly not exclusively used as a church when they rent long-term to a private business, so it's out of
Thank you very
200
much, and
foot.
thank you for putting over the matters from the last meeting I couldn't be at.
No problem.
Can we take a quick break? Sure.
To go to the bathroom.
Taking a very quick break. I should probably do that too. Okay. 1127, Sunny O's.
Sunny O's.
No? Sunny O's, 1127, nobody? Cool. Fun. 1049, 88 Fusion Link.
1049.
Good afternoon, Chairman and Commissioner.
Go ahead, you can put your
My
name on
name
there.
is James Wang, the representative. He's the licensee principal, Chao Yi.
All right, so you've already made alterations?
Yeah.
And you're applying to conform with the changes that have already been made?
Yes, because so they have the charge. The hearing will be the schedule will be for this Friday. So yeah, we will attend the
So
hearing.
why didn't they notify the community board or us before the alteration was made?
And us.
And us. Why didn't they notify the community board and us before they made the changes, the alterations?
I advise them. They don't know. They think they just more before they have the one bar. And they think they just moved bar is not a bigger alteration. So this reason they are not report.
So within the same, they just moved the bar? They didn't increase the size or anything?
The bar before is one bar. Right now they have the one bar and one sushi bar because they added the sushi bar. So you can see the diagram.
So what is this? The community board really seems to be upset with illegal electrical bicycles.
Yes. So this one guy complain. The name is George. So they complain and with the committee board and also the
What's an illegal electric bicycle?
I understand. They use the electric.
We're asking, what is it?
What is it?
So this like the battery operate the bicycle, and also right now the police department enforce nobody can use it. So,
I see. So it's illegal to have that battery on the bicycle?
Yeah, right. Right now, so they changed it to the regular manual.
So they don't use that?
Yeah, they cannot use it. This the police department.
So what are the person seeing someone come to work on it? Well, what are they're saying your people are riding them?
Yeah, because they use this one for delivery. They use the bicycle make the delivery.
Right.
Right now they change it. They change it to regular bicycle.
So they don't have any more of these illegal electric bicycles?
Yes. And also they shorten the distance because so if too far they don't no longer to make a delivery.
And what about riding bicycles on the sidewalk for the delivery people?
No, this one they stop too, but you can see, this is the situation. For Second Avenue, due to the Second Avenue subway construction, it's a little hard. But anyway, hard is not accused. I understand for that. So they right now, they ask the delivery boy sign the paper. So, anybody, so violate like this situation. So first time will be a warning, second time will go to fire.
Well, but the problem is they said that they showed the photos and the applicant agreed to do it, look into the matter on October 2015, but then they haven't corrected the problem, and it's been, well, this is weird. They said just prior to the October 21st full board meeting, but they haven't looked into it, but then the letter's dated October 26th, so they gave him 5 days, I guess.
Yes, right now, so,
So you've corrected that? You don't do that anymore? No more deliveries on the sidewalk?
Yeah, well, how do you check?
We do check.
How do you check?
So, so I'm an interpreter for him.
Okay.
So do you want him to say in Chinese?
Well, do you work there too or no?
I'm working part-time there too.
All right, so how do they check? You can tell me.
So we have on the outside of the restaurant, we have a space where we park the bicycles. If they have a electrical bicycle, then we will tell them that they cannot use it. So basically now we won't have a regular bike, and then we can see that.
And how do you make sure they're not going on the sidewalk?
我们怎么知道他不会走在那个人行道上面？
是，我们有规定的，如果就我们有安装那个摄像头，如果他有一次这样子，我们就警告，然后第二次如果你再犯，我就把你 flag 掉。
There's a video camera on the outside of the restaurant, so if they use it, 人行道啊，走在人行道上面。
是他骑车骑在人行道。
对，他说我们怎么会确定
Right, at
他
some point they have to get on the sidewalk, right, to park it.
So he's saying that before we hiring anyone, we ask them to sign a paper saying that they will not like write on the sidewalk.
And the police will write tickets for that, right?
Right, they will write tickets.
Do you have you gotten any tickets? Have your people gotten any tickets?
有拿到任何票吗？说我们的外卖会直接走在人行道上面，有吗？
之前我们没有收到。
We never received anything from police office.
Okay, but I mean, you gotta, they said on October 6th they raised that issue, and then as of October 21st, just before, they took a photo of delivery people riding on the sidewalk. So if, you want to continue to have community board oppose everything that you're going to be doing or asking for, then you're going to keep doing what you're doing. But if you really want to, I think, because that's the main complaint.
Right.
So you want to get that out of the way. So just like the other case, I'll approve the alteration, but we have to get an unauthorized alteration charge out separately.
Okay.
All right.
I'll approve as well.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Thank you so much.
So sir, you are gonna get a charge in the mail for the unauthorized alteration. You're gonna have to respond to it.
We already have the case.
Oh, you already got a case?
The hearing will be for Friday, 17th.
Well, do
Yes.
you want to?
They did.
Just do a
Yeah, if we can do together, we can do together.
No, we can't do it today, but you should call, if you want to, I mean, if you want to go to hearing, but you can probably work something out with the attorney if you call him.
I will call the attorney. I will do the settlement. Okay, thank you.
1137A, James Purse Enterprises.
Good afternoon. My name is Dana Lappin here on behalf of Hellbrant Levy. I am here with a tavern wine application for a tavern wine license inside a high-end retail shop on Bleecker in the West Village. The applicant has gotten community board approval for this license that we filed in November. We're here today to, the license was revoked in 2007, or prior to 2007, and I'm here today to see what we can do.
So this place has one table with seating for 4 and one stand-up bar with seating for 5. That's it? 9 people?
That's correct. It's a small cafe space inside a retail shop where they're just looking to have some wine and beer and
What's
food.
the retail shop?
James Purse.
Oh, James Purse, okay. And there's no direct entrance, right, from?
No direct entrance. You have to go through the retail shop. And again, it's just an amenity for customers that are shopping there. It's not planning to have patrons just for the cafe. It's for people to have beer and wine and snacks in the middle of a shopping experience.
Okay, all right, I vote to approve.
I'll approve as well. I do want to mention you did enter into stipulations that will become part of the license, but I do see that you agree to never seek to upgrade the license to a full on-premises ever, underlined. That's not part of the stipulations, although we will take that into account.
Thank you. It was her first appearance.
No, your first appearance, congratulations. Now, Mr. Levy can go out and criticize. You did well.
1039, God Save the King.
God save the king.
Yep.
1039.
And look at who gets to represent.
God save the king.
The king of vacations gets to.
Good afternoon.
Welcome home.
I was clean shaven when this meeting started. How are you?
All right.
Still early.
For you guys, yeah. So no friend compromise.
I'll put your name on the record.
I'm sorry, Frank Palillo, attorney for the licensee.
And who's with you?
Michael Satsky. Principal.
What's going on with the roof?
It's this roof.
Roof's closed.
Permanently?
Sealed forever?
No, it's not sealed.
It's closed now? Or?
Retractable roof.
I know.
It's going to be
it's
retracted
being
anytime
closed.
soon.
There's a fundamental distinction with that stipulation, and it's our understanding that the roof would be open, would be closed during business hours. We like to keep the roof open during the day. We're not doing business. There's no reason not to keep it open. But we will stipulate to close it at all times if that's what the authority wants. It was never our intent to close it at all times. We understood it to be during operating hours.
But the thing was, you weren't keeping it closed during operating hours. You
We
were
did have it
opening
open once or twice in the last year, I would say, for various reasons.
But you know what you're dealing with when you do that.
Yeah, I have to say. But there was a malfunction with the smoke machine one time. There was an air conditioning situation another time. We only do it when we have to. We do not. Michael, do you want to just state for the record that the roof will not be open in the future?
The roof
There's
will
a
not
microphone.
be open in the future.
Very convincing.
True.
There were residents who did want to appear here today, but were unable to because of other commitments.
And what are we doing with the fan? Now, the fan thing that was supposed to suck up the sound is not being used anymore?
Yes. It was an attempt on our part to make the neighbors happy.
Is there any other attempts going on to try to make them happy?
We have,
it sounds like the roof, I get that they're complaining about the roof, but it sounds like the roof is not going to solve this problem. And it may not be solvable, I guess, I don't know.
I have reached out to the primary individual who's complaining, and she has not returned my email. She's not talking to me. If I can't speak to the person, I can't accommodate her. With reference to what else we're doing, we have currently our sound expert who's once again going over the place to see what we can do. That's costing us additional funds, significant actually, to see what we can do to stop potential leakage.
It's even the base. They're complaining about the base.
But see, how close is 649 Hudson to your, you're on the avenue, right?
Yeah, we're on Hudson.
We're on Hudson.
Oh, you're on Hudson?
We're on Hudson.
Okay. So this 649 is right across the street?
Right above it?
I think it might be catty corner. I don't know if it's across the street. It might be diagonal.
And then the guy at 675, which has got to be half a block away, right?
There's
On the
also-
same side of the street?
There's also another person in the lane who lives nowhere near it. She was on Jane Street, I think.
Must be the sound travels up and out.
Okay.
I mean, there are about 5 instances here where the roof was open.
During operating
It must
hours?
be tempting. You have a retractable roof you want on a nice night.
Yes.
Well, the retractable roof was installed because the prior operator had no roof and the rooftop was licensed. So as part of what we did, we came in and put in the retractable roof to accommodate the neighbors. It was previously licensed as an open rooftop.
What happened to it? It was previously licensed as a rooftop?
As an open rooftop?
No, as
I'm sorry.
It was previously licensed as an open air garden, and we
garden.
came in to cover it.
That's where the rooftop came from.
And that's not even the club part. The club is actually not under that rooftop. It's in further?
Well, the lounge is in further.
But it's that noise is coming out of that lounge and going right up?
No, that's totally closed.
Oh, it
It's
is?
like, the soundproofing in there is.
So how bad is the music under the rooftop?
Listen, I don't want to be insensitive to the neighbors.
No, I'm asking you, what kind of music are you playing under the rooftop?
They have DJs.
Like it's raw. It's kind of like a.
Oh, so you do have DJs right there as well?
Yeah, but it's like hidden. It's not like a DJ where like people can see. It's like in the corner by the bar, like next to the.
That's a computer, a guy playing a computer. Okay.
No, their Facebook says that they are an ultra-exclusive New York club that brings in world-class international DJs.
No, but that's the lounge, right?
Yeah.
That's in the lounge, that's inside.
Exactly. There's never anyone of note in the open air area.
So, but you're telling me that noise from the lounge that's completely enclosed does not travel out into the other room? No. Okay.
All right. So you have an offer of 20,000? Yes, Mr. Polo?
Is that the offer we made?
Yes, it is.
30,000?
I guess it is.
40? No,
That
20,000,
no
right?
out of nowhere.
Right, no, offer
Yes,
of 20,000. All right, I'll accept.
I'll accept and the roof to
The roof
remain closed.
Stays closed, right?
Just have a seat.
Thanks.
Yep, take care.
Take care.
1063 Arena Lounge.
1063 Arena Lounge.
I actually previously represented this client, and I just have a client who signed the new lease for the space, so I'd just like to make sure that it stays a cancellation. I think you have a
So
cancellation
cancel for the
already.
record.
Yeah, cancel for the record.
Thank you.
Okay, and just for the record, the decision, the judge didn't go over the charges, just wrote to sustain them, but
Okay.
she's no longer here.
Then send it to her.
1050, 2002 Brother Deli Grocery.
Brother Deli Grocery, promissory note from previous license.
Good afternoon, everyone. Victor Molina on behalf of the applicant 2002 and Mr. Carino.
All right, so the previous license was canceled, and there was a promissory note of $50,000 from previous licensee to your client?
No, from Mr. Carino to the seller, which was the.
Right, no. to
Right,
the
that's
seller.
correct.
Right, that's what I thought I said, but okay.
What's the terms of that?
It was supposed to be paid, but because they found out there was a problem with the license that wasn't disclosed, my client hasn't paid any money on the note.
What's the problem with the license?
The previous license
Was canceled?
did not disclose that his license was canceled. And the contract of sale says he has no problems, and he had to disclose that.
Oh, so you haven't paid him back yet?
No, he hasn't paid him back yet. Mr. Carino took a lot of responsibility off the seller with the lease, and he just hasn't been able to make that arrangement without having a beer
So
license.
you have another note, you have another $50,000 note now?
That's correct.
Okay.
And we spoke, the new applicant understands the history at the location, and they have asked me to let the authority know that they are willing to get a scanner. So that,
What I find kind of odd is just, so he put in $5,000 and got a promissory note of $50,000
And
from the previous person who, I assume, does that person also own the building?
No, he doesn't own the building.
All right, so you have the previous business.
Right.
So gets a $50,000 loan from him.
Right. And also took over his lease.
Took over his lease.
So he bought the business for $50,000?
Yeah, and yeah, that's correct.
Was basically loan, like you don't have to put anything up.
Well,
Yeah, he put
zero down to buy this business, right?
he gave him $5,000, and he helped him get out of the lease by assuming the lease. Because the guy didn't have a beer license, he was gonna have problems making his lease
Assume
payments.
the lease, but he gave him $50,000. But he's basically giving him another $50,000 on top of assuming the lease.
That's
For the-
correct.
Yeah, the goodwill or whatever. I mean, if there is any.
It's always,
A lot,
to
yes.
me, it's always when the previous licensee is the one who's giving such a big amount of a loan, and the new person coming in is just putting in $5,000. It makes it very suspicious in some ways whether this person is just acting as a straw person for the old licensee who was previously canceled to continue to be able to operate.
I understand your concern, but that is not the case. It's a legitimate arm's length transaction.
But now he's taking another $50,000?
No, it's the same 50. He hasn't paid off that 50.
Well, when is he gonna?
What do you mean he hasn't paid it off? So he borrowed?
Because there's a dispute on representations made on the contract.
So who runs the business today?
He does with the manager.
He does with the manager.
That's correct.
And they owe $50,000 to this previous
That's
licensee
Mr. Lopez,
business
that's
owner.
correct.
But he's not paying him anything on it.
Not yet. He hasn't been able to pay. He hasn't made any payments to him.
Because.
So what are the terms of it? When is he supposed to
He was
make
supposed to begin paying, I think it was in December, right? December? September. Yeah, but he hasn't.
How much?
$5,000 a month.
What interest?
No interest.
See, this is why I just don't understand these things.
The circumstances of the person selling the business.
Right.
No, we understand that. I think what he's questioning is you got a payment of $5,000 a month out of a business that's probably not even going to make $5,000 a month.
Well, the rent is $6,000 a month. He's been able to cover the
So
rent.
now you're talking about $11,000 a month that he's supposed to be covering.
Yeah, he
just
has,
to break even.
He has lotto. He has food stamps. So he's able to generate
So
income.
what does he generate in a month? Without the liquor.
$40,000.
Yeah, I don't know about these businesses where the person who gets his license canceled and then is still benefiting by having someone take over a license or get a license to make money to pay him another $50,000 on
He's
top
been out of, there hasn't been a license there for at least a year now.
because we canceled it.
And he's been operating the business. And that's why he hasn't paid him any money on the note, because he didn't disclose that he had problems on sale.
Oh, your guy didn't know when he bought the place
Yeah.
that he had canceled the license.
He didn't disclose that.
And they were
That's why-
making $40,000 without a sale of alcohol currently?
I'm in the wrong business.
And they have no relationship other than, how did they meet the seller?
He said a friend told him that the guy was interested in selling the bodega.
What was the reason he gave you that he wasn't selling alcohol when you bought it? He must not have been selling alcohol. There was no beer in the place, right, when you bought it?
No. No.
So why, did you ask him why he wasn't selling beer?
He said he had, tú le preguntaste por qué no estaba vendiendo cerveza. ¿Y qué te dijo?
Que no tenía licencia.
He said he just told him he didn't have a license.
But then why would that be a term of sale if he knew he didn't have a license?
But because on the contract it asks, are there any violations, problems with
What
your
does it
license?
matter if he told him he didn't have a license? What does it matter if there was any violation on the license? It doesn't impact him in buying this place.
Well,
There was already no license.
I mean, I think it does impact him because it may
There was an
create a
existing
problem.
license and there was a violation on it, and that caused a problem in him wanting to get a license there. Then I could understand, but, right? I mean, he already disclosed to him he didn't have a license when he bought this in the first place. And when has he been operating this business from?
August
August 15.
2015.
But this lease started in June of 2015. When did we cancel this guy? We canceled him in March.
Yeah, but the bill of sale didn't take place. They didn't turn over to
No, but I
us.
thought he assumed the lease for the other previous licensee, but he assumed it, but the June 1st is when this lease actually started. So it wasn't like there was an existing long-term lease that he came in to accept.
Yeah, there was an existing long-term lease.
No, it says term, June 1st, 2015. I mean, it's a long-term lease because it goes to 2022, but when the previous licensee already had his license canceled in March 2015, entered into a new lease to have this business without having alcohol, your guy comes in, your client buys this in August, knowing that there's no license there.
That's correct.
Because it's already been canceled.
It's a legal maneuver to say, look, you didn't disclose everything honestly in the contract. That's allowed him to
Yeah, I just,
negotiate.
I don't
the
know,
terms
unless you
mo-
can convince me that he's somehow totally arm's length.
Well,
not convinced.
You look at the bank statements that we provided, source of funds.
$5,000 he gave over for $50,000 promissory note from the previous licensee was canceled. I just think it's another, and I don't know. These kind of arrangements, if he had borrowed $50,000 from somebody else and then paid the seller $50,000 and the seller was out, that's one thing. Once you get into this relationship of a promissory note, the seller could be involved for a long, long time. Do you say it's, 10 months at $5,000? He's
That's
supposed
correct.
to pay it back?
And as we represented, we are taking steps so that the business doesn't fall into the problems the prior owner has with sale to minors. They're even willing to buy a scanner, an ID scanner.
I don't know. These are so.
Who owns the building? Amsterdam 159 LLC. Do you know who that is?
That's right? ¿Cómo se llama?
Oz Levy.
Oth Levy.
Oz Levy?
Oz,
Oz Levy.
O-Z.
Oz Levy.
Positive.
All right. I don't know. I mean, I think these relationships where the previous licensee who got canceled gives out a promissory note, and then the other parts of what's been going on, I just feel like there's an attempt for Mr. Lopez to stay involved in the business.
I don't know if this makes sense.
Mr. Lopez has no participation in the business.
Yeah, well, they knew it was going to happen, yeah. All right, I'll approve this, but I want to see the payments that have actually going to be made to fulfill this.
How would you like those?
Just when I want to see, canceled checks, copies, 10 of them, at $5,000 when it's all said and done, and then if there's any more payments going to Mr. Lopez beyond that, we need to be
Made aware of?
made aware of.
Okay.
And if we find out, then,
Secretary.
Okay,
I'll approve under the same conditions.
thank you.
all right,
Thank you.
good luck.
Ten 28, Ron Rick, Inc.
Yeah, it happens.
Good afternoon, Chairman, Commissioners, members of the board. Matthew Leone for the licensee. This is here after a hearing, and basically I'm just asking the board to impose a civil penalty rather than cancellation of the license.
It was originally a $5,000 CNC, which the members countered, offered with cancel and bond, which is why it went to hearing.
Right, that's correct, and one of the charges is dealing with the workers' compensation insurance. There was a lapse in that insurance, and I think that the last time this was here at the board, which was June of 2015, I believe that possibly Commissioner Kim and Commissioner Green were under the impression that the workers' comp had not been reinstated at that time, and I think that had to do with the counteroffer of a cancellation. But in fact, the workers' compensation insurance had been reinstated by then. In fact, there was the licensee was shut down in October of 2014 for a lapse of the workers' comp insurance. And he, at that point, he had operated for approximately 2 months without workers' comp, but the workers' comp was...
Okay, so forget about the workers' comp.
All right.
Let's just say that it was resumed again. There was a 4.5-month lapse, right?
Correct.
We can agree on that. So the story of he was buying from Empire Liquor's retail store as opposed to Empire Merchants, the wholesaler, because someone told him he needed to buy alcohol from Empire.
Yes. So look, I mean...
That to me... It's a pretty creative explanation, but I mean, I don't know.
Right. Well, what I could say about about that though is that he, at this point now he's back on track. He's getting all his alcohol from the licensed wholesalers. He gets his beer from the licensed wholesale, the C license locations. So he's back on track. He's corrected all the violations. He's in full compliance. But that was his explanation at the time. But regardless, he has he admitted that he made a mistake. It was a substantial mistake at that. But
he understands he needs to buy from a wholesaler. They don't necessarily have to be named Empire. Does he understand that?
He does, and he gets his stuff now from Empire and also from, I believe there are some other invoices here from
Is it a restaurant?
Southern. It's really well.
No, I'm asking what it is on its application.
Bar Tavern.
Okay.
Yeah. He's corrected the food. He does have equipment. He has, it's not the most impressive menu, but he does have food that I believe satisfies the requirements.
All right, so,
There's nothing else pending. There's a complaint, but it hasn't been investigated yet.
all right, what's the complaint?
The complaint is for a number of things, including, Jell-O shots, an underage bartender, underage drinking, gambling on beer pong, but none of it's been investigated yet.
It's been investigated, all right.
What? No, it won't.
Right.
Hope you
that's
wrote
true.
all that down.
From a
Jell-O,
year-
I'll repeat it. Jell-O
Jell-O
shots,
shots?
gambling, beer pong,
Underage
underage
bartender.
bartenders.
We want it to stop, right? That's the goal. But,
Right.
all right, so I've got 12,000 here.
Okay, 12,000.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
1055 El Paraiso Restaurant. The lender is also the landlord. License history /
The applicant, Timothy Allenwood, good afternoon.
You all right with that?
No.
With
And
me
I'll
is
tell you
the
why.
principal, Santos Gonzalez, and his son is interpreter.
So just for the members, the lender is also the landlord who did not disclose their license history / cancellation.
So the
So it wasn't
premises.
just as,
the-
as
Right.
simple.
The prior owner, there was no issues. There was a temporary granted, I think it went for 3 months until the check was done, I guess, on the landlord to find out that he was actually currently licensed, had 3 previous licenses, and was
Just that he's
canceled.
also the lender. That's my
Right,
concern.
no, he was
And the landlord, right?
He's the landlord and the lender, and so
So we changed the lender. He was paid back. We submitted the paper, the copy of the check, the new loan agreements, and a statement from the landlord. And he
we
has,
would
no-
have to re-examine this application.
so he has no interest in the business. There was no problems at the premises. And I think if he disclosed that he had a history, it would have been approved. I don't think it would have been disapproved.
Yeah, have you just not heard what I was expounding on just previously of a case where there's a landlord or a previous seller of a business who was a licensee who gets their license canceled and then lends money to the new person coming in? That scenario requires a lot more scrutiny in general, and you could understand why, right?
Sure. I
Yeah,
did hear-
so.
And there were no problems at the premises, and there was no cancellation there. And I don't think his cancellation at another place was going to impact this application, because he was currently licensed.
No, but it might impact us accepting him as a lender to them.
Okay.
Known that.
So what are you saying is going to have to be done? I'll have to
I
go
think they should have
re-examine
to
them?
reapply and file a new application with the new
Okay.
finances.
I mean, they were, they operated for 3 months.
They can apply for it with another ST if they want. I'm not going to say they can't apply with an ST, but this application, whenever we have to take something that has new information now, because it wasn't disclosed originally, I know that's not you, that was the landlord, that's putting somebody who's filed a complete application behind this application again. This is all new information that has to be reviewed. So in my opinion, it was reviewed, it was acted on based on the fact that we didn't think the lender was a canceled license. Now you have a new lender, that should be a new application. That's just my recommendation to the members.
And what happens with his temp that he's on now?
Well, that's already done, because once we disapprove the license, that goes
Oh,
away.
okay.
But he can apply for a new, I wouldn't not approve a new temp, as long as all the information in there is complete.
It's going to set him back. He doesn't have a lot of money.
That'll be up to
He's
the
got-
members,
he's
that was
got-
just
yeah,
my
he's got-
recommendation.
I believe we addressed the problem, we fixed the problem, and that's the only information that has to be re-examined is this lender. Nothing else has changed.
It's up to you, it doesn't matter.
No, it just goes back to the same set of issues that.
Well, I don't think it's the same as if the seller was canceled.
Well, see, we have to think, unfortunately, more globally, and her point being that now someone else has to wait longer because, and I realize your clients didn't do it, but somebody they were involved in did. You can't tell me the guy didn't think it was important that he disclose that he was the former licensee. I mean, and there's got to be some penalty for that, and the guy that ends up paying the penalty is the restaurant owner that's waiting for his temporary. That's unrelated to this whole situation because he's got to wait longer now. And that's how I get judged, unfortunately. So I'm going to deny.
I will too.
He's welcome to reapply. There's obviously no prejudice to the reapplication.
All right, thank you.
Okay.
So what happened to 1127? You called it, right?
We called it, they didn't hear, so I put it back in the normal.
Just throw it back into the
Yeah.
file.
Somebody left a jacket over there.
All right.
Yeah. So when we had multiple, sales to minors on one notice of pleading, like with nuisance abatement, what do we usually do? Like 7,500 was it?
Anywhere from 75 to
Yeah,
10 the most,
right.
but it's
That's what I
kind of
thought.
like
Okay.
a fire sale because they don't notice them
Right. Okay.
until after. And
Okay.
I always ask the attorneys to put in the memo that it's a nuisance abatement, but I know there's one in here where they didn't put it in, but I looked it up.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Yep.
1023,
Offer of 3,500 accept.
Accept.
1024,
5,000 accept.
Accept.
25,
2,500 accept.
Accept.
26,
I'm sorry, this one, count 2 should be dismissed. It was improperly brought by counsel's office, whereas the obligation to notify of an arrest does not apply to employees, only to licensees, and the ALJ should have dismissed it, but the ALJ sustained it.
Okay.
So dismiss 1, dismiss 2, dismiss 3, and sustain 4.
3,500.
3,500.
1027,
Dismiss 1 and dismiss 2.
Yes.
1030,
Dismiss 1.
Dismiss.
32,
Yeah, what is all this?
These
I just
people
got confused on
tried,
this.
they filed several, they're a small wholesaler, and they filed several removal applications, and they never filed it appropriately. They kept getting the deficiencies, and she tried without an attorney or with not a very good representative and never got it right. So the charge is that she's non-bona fide because they're not at the location that was licensed. And the
They're not anywhere else either, though.
No, they are. And they then put this license in safekeeping after we contacted them because we're saying you're operating illegally, you were never approved to move, and they did file a removal. You could see on the bottom here where it says removal application filed on January
But that got
12th.
disapproved.
Well, it was disapproved pursuant to 589 because this case was pending.
Oh.
Could be
So we
reactivated,
think that they
yeah.
got the removal finally right.
Okay.
Out of their like third or fourth time of
but we won't
attempting.
know until.
Correct,
Okay.
we won't
They're
know,
just like,
but they placed
hopefully.
it in safekeeping, so as
5,000.
opposed to the one that was last
What's
time
up?
where they just never did anything.
5,000.
33,
3,500. 3,500.
3,500.
34 and 35,
Cancel and bond accept.
Accept.
1036,
4,950.
Did you say 4950?
Yeah,
Would you like to add any
came with
change
it
onto that?
because
I had bring them in. Why do I want to bring them in?
They defaulted, they're blocking
I wouldn't.
exits.
it just defaulted. So you know what it is because of the 100 and the 2,500, and that's why, right? Somehow it came out to. Oh, and there's a 250 for emergency exit signs that I'll give you my list later.
All right,
To
what'd
be
you say?
uniform.
I had 5,000. You want to just
All
make
right,
it any
5,000.
5,000? What'd you have?
1037.
4950?
I'm sorry, 1037. Licensee died, told to turn in license, but did not. Why not?
That's cancel and bond for
Yeah,
me.
cancel and bond.
They were informed they were misusing it and they didn't do it.
Okay.
38,
I was going to ask for this to go back to counsel's office because it's low.
Yeah, that's very low, right?
Yes. Or you can just counter.
Counter at 2,500.
2,500 counter. What is this, a SantaCon case?
Yeah, they joined in the SantaCon.
1040?
That's SantaCon.
Well, they had stipulated they wouldn't do it. That's the problem.
For 1040, what it doesn't say in the memo is that we were there for a sale to minor operation, and they didn't
Right.
sell to the minor.
All right. So that's why I said 1,500.
Okay, 1,500.
42?
Oh, wait, there was a sale to minor and
They
they
did not
didn't? And
sell.
they don't have any history, right? Oh,
Correct.
they do have a history.
Yeah, they have a prior sale
They
to
have a prior
minor.
history, so 1,500, okay. 1042, 3,000.
3,000.
43?
2,500 accept.
Accept.
44?
4,500 accept.
45?
2,500 accept.
Okay, 2,500. And can we send somebody else back in there?
On,
This, I realize the case here, this case is bad,
Yeah, that's what it was. Weak.
but I question whether that's not still going on.
46?
Cigarettes, 3,500? What do you have?
We should know, yeah, 3,500.
47?
Is this a club or a restaurant?
1 second.
I have a counter, 8,600.
86.
Yes, because of the
Make that
$100.
85. Can we please
All right,
make
fine,
that
8,500 counter.
It's a restaurant? They're acting like a club, though.
Yeah, so if they're gonna do, if there's no security in the future, they need to change their MO.
Cabaret, yeah, they're not a restaurant.
Yeah.
It's listed as a restaurant, though? Oh, send somebody else back out there too, Jackie.
85, did you say?
Yep.
Yeah, 8,500 counter. We don't even have, oh yeah, we got the, oh no, we have the failure to conform to application on here, right?
Yeah, but if they're still doing
dancing.
it, then
Yep.
Okay.
1048,
3,500 accept.
Accept.
53 and 54?
Cancel and bond accept.
No.
Nope,
Wait, 53,
Why not?
54?
it's not an offer.
New offer?
Oh, there it is, it's on the bottom.
Yeah, yes, we will grant reconsideration. Yes, I will accept cancel and bond. So it's a recon, actually.
So.
We'll grant the
grant
reconsideration.
and then Cancel and bond?
Yep.
Okay. 57,
4,000 accept.
Accept.
59 and 60?
Cancel and bond accept.
Accept.
Want to put a stop on this location?
Yes. And name stop too.
61?
Here's another place that's obviously not a restaurant or a sports bar.
I
It's
thought
like
this was low.
DJ, salsa party, karaoke.
They need to come in here
Bring in,
to make sure this is all
524.
fixed.
yep.
Do I have to save this?
Yes.
Yes.
The all-important question.
Da, da, da.
1062?
All right. This was it.
And the last one was a restaurant, by the way.
So what's this going on here?
They're
Oh, I see. It's an availing because they let the leasee use the liquor
They
license.
actually
Okay.
had an entire contract that was basically a contract to avail the license, thinking that that was the appropriate way to operate.
Who was their attorney?
Right now, who's fixing it is Elke Hoffman.
Who was before
I don't
that?
know who did it before.
Was it one of our esteemed colleagues
No,
here?
no, and they actually have 3 other hotels, which they have now self-reported the same violation because all 4 of them were established the
I
same
think the
way.
offer is low, though, because they've been availing for 2 years on this.
Well, and they did, once this was brought to their attention under Elke Hoffman's advisement, place the license in safekeeping, and they haven't been operating the
All
restaurant
right,
there.
I'll take 10,000.
So it was going on from 2004 till when?
Oh, yeah, till about maybe 6 months ago.
Wait, 2004? No,
Well,
2014.
no,
right?
the license was issued in 2004. When Straw Brothers contracted for it, I'd have to see. I'd have to look at the contract to see when Straw Brothers came in.
I
If
thought
you
it was
wanna-
only for less than.
No, it's April 1st, 2012. So it's,
From
yeah, and it was self-reported. I'll take the 10,000 too.
This one wasn't self-reported. There are other 3 that will come
Okay.
before you eventually were
Oh,
self-reported.
how did we catch this one?
I don't know how the complaint came about.
It
but
says through Elke Hoffman.
No.
All right, I'll still take the
It says
10,000.
through, they submitted the CNC through her.
Okay.
1064?
1,500 accept.
Except,
57,
They had submitted here a CNC for 6,500, and you had counter-offered with 8,500, and then they didn't accept it and defaulted at the hearing.
Sorry, 8,500.
8,500.
1068 and 1071, or through 1071, excuse me.
Why is it like they had double charges kind of? You know, like purchase from,
Why
same
did they
date.
fix it the first time?
no, like second and third proceeding, for example?
The same dates.
And they're the same
Same
dates. Yeah,
dates.
this one's screwed up somehow.
That's why it looked kind of,
Purchase from unauthorized source both on October 24th. Like the second proceeding and the third proceeding are identical.
has this been canceled?
October
Oh, no, they're trying to
25th.
remove-
No, and then the
it's
fourth
expired.
proceeding is the next day.
Right, it was a continuing,
So they went in, how do we, oh, I see, you're saying they went off of invoices?
I believe so. I can
Right,
check.
but that, at least the second and the third are the same, right? Because they're the same day, 10/24/15.
The March inspection was on October 25th.
Right, but this other,
But we can't charge with unauthorized source twice on October 24th, can we?
On October 20, you know what, they went in at 12:25 a.m. on October 24th, so then I think it, and then he has in the memo that they were also there on October 25th,
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
12:25
Right.
a.m. Let me just see if
it just
there are
seems like,
two separate reports.
No, he's got the dates wrong. Two charges on the 24th, and then the other ones are supposed to be January 23rd and March 2nd.
Well, you know what, there were police referrals, and then there was.
Oh, no,
our
then the
own-
25th, right.
Yeah, on case 10, 108936, those are based off police referrals. And case 109668 is based off of
what about 108764?
108764 is based off of a March from us.
Okay.
And 68 is based off of March from us, so 36 is based off of police referrals.
So they did March twice?
Yes.
Wait, 6.
No, but see, I think they screwed up because it says
He did.
October 24, 2000 during a March at 12:25, and then there's October 25th, 2015 during a March inspection at 12:25.
And actually, on the March report for the earlier one, 6/4, it says that the March was on October 23rd and 24th.
Anyway, I think I counter at 10.
That's what I was at. I counter 10,000
Well, the
too.
license is expired.
No, they actually renewed on
They
5/6, yeah.
Okay. So counter 10.
1072 through 75.
At a counter of 20.
I'd counter cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond?
Turned in a
Oh, I
strip
was just
club.
going to ask for this to be sent back to council.
Will revoke after hearing everything
Why?
has been charged.
Because I thought the offer was low.
And everything here was charged and adjudicated months before.
All right, so
I mean, we got,
I'll go cancel.
there was a murder,
Yeah.
assault, robbery.
Can we just cancel and bond instead of sending it back to
No,
council?
because it's a CNC.
Can I,
Oh, send it
can we
back
go
to
back to the other one? I just got an email from Cindy.
Okay.
Is Cindy watching us on TV?
Yes, in case
she
I,
is.
in case I
So
need
let me
help.
test.
Oh,
All right.
Mrs. O'Brien, we'd love to know if you could hear what Commissioner Kim just said.
She can.
No, if
No,
we
did
turn
it
off
with
the mic.
Mic off. So anyway, she said the pleading shows the dates of 1/23/15 and 3/2/15. So she can fix, it's the agenda sheet that might be wrong, is what she said.
That's what I was looking at, the pleadings.
No, we have one that shows October 25th, one that shows October 24th.
Yes, but then we don't have one that shows January.
We have May 3rd.
One of them
March
should
2nd.
show January 23rd and March 2nd.
Yeah,
And
this does.
where?
6/3, they're 2 pages. They look behind you.
Where?
Plead-
No, I have the pleading, but the front page doesn't
Okay.
show
Oh,
that.
you mean the agenda sheet's
agenda.
wrong?
Yeah.
Doesn't have those other dates on
It doesn't have January 23rd or March 2nd, the agenda
The
sheet.
agenda sheet.
All right, anyway. Good.
I think he just doubled up the 24th.
Yeah, send back to council on the
But
other
it doesn't matter, we're still countering anyway, so 10,000.
1076?
one. Offer,
Wait, we didn't do 1075.
send back to council.
Councils.
'Cause
Oh,
the
you wanted
offers-
75?
For
ba-
20,000, I thought you said.
No, I wanted to counter, but she said
I was
it's a
just gonna ask to
CNC.
send it back
Yeah,
if you
send
were,
it back.
and we could schedule it for a hearing quickly or faster.
Okay.
Than if you countered,
Right.
because then they'd still have the time.
Okay, do that, just send it back.
1076,
Cancel and bond
Cancel
accept.
and bond, accept.
77,
Counter 3,500.
What'd you counter, 3,500?
Yeah, I'm doing
Okay,
untaxed.
3,500.
78,
Licensee said closing the business, so cancel and bond. They said they were closing it.
but they,
Where?
Due to the closing of business per health department permits, we can only offer 500 as the offer of
What are
penalty.
you reading? Up?
It's
This is a
procedural
defaulted
history.
hearing.
As found in SLA
1078?
Exhibit 3. Yeah, 1078, right here. This part right here.
Oh, okay.
Closing of the business per health department permits. Sounds like they're closing.
they haven't surrendered their license.
And they're
so yeah.
defaulted hearing anyways.
All right. What'd you say, cancel and bond?
Yep.
79,
Cancel for the record,
Cancel,
81,
cancel and bond,
cancel and bond,
82,
letter of warning accept,
accept,
sorry,
90,
3,000, accept. Accept.
accept,
91,
Cancel and bond,
cancel and bond,
92,
2,500,
2,500.
93, and 94,
I got
cancel.
15K or cancel.
I cancel and bond.
Low, but again, difficult to litigate.
Well, is that why it's the way it is? That's what I was going to say, talk to you or Mike about it.
With all these decibel readings?
I'd
I
have
know.
to talk to Michael Amarato.
All right,
what do you want to do?
so what do we do?
Adjourn it for more information, or,
No, he can.
Cancel and bond?
He
no,
can.
it's a no contest.
Oh, it is no contest?
Sorry, conditional no contest, so you'd either
it's
have to
counter.
counter, send back to council's office, or just adjourn it for more information.
What do you want to do? I don't care. I would cancel and bond if
I'd
it's something
cancel and
else.
bond.
So he can try, I guess you're going to have to try it.
What, send it back?
Okay.
Yeah, no, but I mean, if
cancel
we
and bond,
cancel and
yeah,
bond, they're going
yeah,
to go to hearing.
Yeah,
95,
So, I'm sorry, was that a,
Yeah, cancel and bond, yes.
2,000.
95, 2,000.
96,
Cancel and bond,
Cancel and bond.
97,
1,500.
I actually was going to go less than the, because this was a compliance check that they passed. Right, Jackie? The only thing we found they were keeping it in the shed, but they actually went in there to see if they were buying from Costco.
Okay.
I'll go to 1,000.
1,000.
98,
Counter 4,000. How come this doesn't come in as a false material statement charge?
the unauthorized trade name?
No, because I mean, according to their Facebook page entries and everything, they're obviously a bar,
Club.
a club. Because they said it would be a restaurant with a European flair with no live music, DJ, or dancing, and not a bar as were prior licensees. However, an examination of websites and social media indicates that Ignite opened in November 2015, described as,
Oh, we didn't go out to visit it to see if it really is. This is
Oh,
a
that's
police
why?
referral.
Okay, so, but send somebody out.
Like
send
to-
somebody out, so then we.
I'll take the
I'll
2,500.
take 2,500.
99,
6,500, accept.
Did they fix the trade name, do we know?
Yes, it's right on the bottom, endorsement file to change trade name to Ignite, approved.
where do you see that?
No, Filka, I mean.
Oh.
99.
No, I do not have anything fixing it.
Bring them in then. Or, no, just send them a letter with the, are you going to take it?
65, I'll take.
Yeah, I'll take that, but make sure they know they have to change the trade name.
I love this argument, this next one.
1100. Oh, actually, this was an adjournment request that the chairman granted to 524.
Oh, this one?
Yeah. 1100, right? Ian?
Yes, I like the argument too, though.
1101,
No, cancel and bond, accept,
Accept.
1102,
counter at 10.
That's what I had.
Okay, counter at 10.
1103,
3,000,
3,000.
4,
cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
5,
This is the one he was talking about, is this?
Was a nuisance abatement.
So what do we do with 4?
You can do 10,000 if you.
That's kind of steep, isn't it?
Yeah, 7,500.
I mean, when do you, they were not notified until the 4th one, right?
Correct.
Right. So
All right, 7,500.
1106,
3,000.
3,000.
7,
3,000.
3,000. This is the one I asked, the third charge, Jackie,
Dismiss
why
3.
was this not?
Failure to
dismissed.
supervise does apply to on-premise. It only applies to on-premise.
No, I know that, but then my question was, why was this not also 2 more counts of sale of minor? Observed 2 individuals, 119 with an 8-ounce clear cup and the 120-year-old holding an 8-ounce clear cup in the premises.
Just the discretion of the
Okay.
prosecutor.
What'd you say?
5,500 dismissed. I had, so don't dismiss 3 then?
You don't have to know. All the ones where we dismissed failure to supervise was the new attorney, Jared, who charged failure to
I see.
supervise for all.
I think that, and I think this failure to supervise relates to the kids with the 2 cups, that they didn't charge a sale on.
Then 7.
7,000.
1113,
6,000 accept.
Accept.
14 and 15,
Counter of 9,500.
Okay. 9,500 counter.
16,
1,000 accept.
Accept.
19,
6,000 accept.
Accept.
21,
1,500 accept.
Accept.
23 was an adjournment request that the chairman granted till 524. 1124,
What the heck do I have here? 10,500 except number 5 and 6. Oh, without 5 and 6. They had an offer of 14-day suspension and 1,000 bond claim.
You can up it to a 30-day. You can counter with a 30-day suspension.
All right, 30-day suspension and 1,000 bond claim.
I'll agree with that.
25 and 26,
Counter of 8,000.
Yeah, I'll counter 8,000. He's not getting the message.
1127,
So there's an 3,000.
3,000.
36. Oh, I'm sorry, this is another adjournment request over to 524.
That's 1031.
10:30, 11:36.
11.
It was
Their second one?
El Presidente.
Can you tell them this is like the last one or something?
Yeah, well, who is that? Is
Yeah,
that
there was- this was
Bernstein
one-
again?
Yeah, no, I did get something in the mail that the licensee had to appear, but there was some reason they can't. I have it in an email somewhere.
Yeah, we brought them in. So it may just be that they, yeah, it may just be that they were not, we kind of don't give them a choice.
1137,
I denied.
Yeah, this was just the grounds.
Yeah. Oh. I deny it. Do I have to
you just have to
explain?
You have to
state your
articulate the
reasons.
reasons each time you deny.
All right, well, we did a disapproval of this application back in February 2nd, 2016. None of the information submitted has changed my vote. The 5 closest stores have all declining sales. There's over 11,000 square feet of licensed premises within 2.8 miles. And I still don't see any added public convenience and advantage, so I deny it.
I'll deny as well. I don't see any public convenience or advantage. There's 5 stores within 2.8 miles. The population is stagnant at best in the area, and the sales of all 5 of the closest stores are flat or declining. So there's clearly no need for an additional store.
I have no other items.
We are adjourned.
Adjourned.